last weekend I had downloaded a bunch of games off the Steam free-to-play page, and we're finally catching up with those. So we played Pineapple on Pizza, which took 5 minutes to play. And now we're playing a game called The Case of the Serialized Killer. It's like a point-and-click murder mystery game. So we're going to figure it out. Pineapple on Pizza is great. Yeah, I had no idea what to expect, and that was just ridiculous. We killed everybody. It was like the world's longest, most complicated dissolve to the logo. Haven't heard of this one, but I'm intrigued. I love a good murder mystery. Like, Clue was my game growing up. Like, we had the board game version of it. Loved Clue. I love a good whodunit murder mystery, you know? Okay. Let's lock in here. I'm going to turn this back up so I can get super overwhelmed with all the audio. Okay. The doors were... I'm going to do my British voice, so... The doors were all locked and the windows barred. The afternoon sun barely managed to leak into the dusty mansion. I don't know what this accent is. But when the visitor knocked, the sharp sound resounded through the halls. Somewhere, inaudible over the knocking, a pitiful voice let out a groan. And it called out into the hallway. Clumsy hands pulled a pillow over his face. Dun dun! Oh, that's so loud! I swear I can see it. If it doesn't stop, this headache will crack my skull in two. While one man complained, another was already rushing to answer the door. Those are some shades. Yo, this dude spends too much time on 4chan. You know that, just by looking at him. Faraday, you have a hangover, not a headache. Have mercy, Holly. I can't handle this today. You couldn't handle this yesterday. Oh my god, he's so aggressive. And I don't think you'll have a lobster's chance in boiling water of handling it tomorrow. Dude, Faraday, I need you to fucking chill, dude. Like, turn that shit down to like 6. You're just too much. Unsympathetic, but undeterred, Holly Faraday made his way toward the front door. I need like a good narrator voice. He ignored the other speaker and their continued whining. He sighed. The moaning wouldn't stop until the knocking did, and Faraday would have to be the one to take care of it. Opening up the door was quite a task. He muttered through a devious set of tongue-twisting charms, cracked a stick of chalk over the handle, and detached a frankly ludicrous amount of deadbolts. Any interest in the novelty of ritual magic had worn off months ago. The seal broke, and crisp air entered, full of the staticky flavor of fall. Holly blinked as his eyes adjusted. He hadn't missed all that sunlight, nor the serious, stiffly disapproving faces of people on the outside. Yeah, this guy lives in a basement. This guy lives in a basement, and he sits way too much on his computer, and he's just... This is a Reddit dude. This dude spends too much time on Reddit. That's what this is. He's just a Reddit bro. Like, that's exactly what this guy is. He's just a Reddit dude. I'm gonna turn the game up just a little bit because there's like a lot of cool like sound effects and stuff, so let's try that there, hopefully. Okay. A messenger was standing in the step, letter in hand. Whomever had sent it had paid to have it hand-delivered. Urgent letter for Mr. Ludkale? Holly raised an eyebrow. They'd paid to have it hand-delivered. But not, it seemed, enough to know the recipient. Ludiceel? Ludiceel? Comprehension seemed to dawn on the messenger's face, quickly followed by the inevitable grimace of distaste. I see him. Faraday took a letter from his hand and gave it the once-over. It's not a bomb, is it? That got the jerk's attention. No, sir, it's a personal invitation. Really? Well, toss my oars, thanks. past my oars. What is this saying? Holly rummaged in his pockets for a tip, and once that transaction was accomplished, set about resealing the door. He didn't want to be responsible for anything escaping. Soon the business was accomplished. All that was left was to find out what was in the letter.
Harry! Quieter, please! You should get up, open your mail yourself!
Faraday could hear angry muttering as Harold got out of bed. He sounded irate. But at least he was up.
I won't do it!
Oh, this is a different guy. I won't do it! I've done 2 before, and it's all so terribly demeaning. 2 stocking-clad feet went the ground. Then, one of those feet failed to keep balance. And then the ground became acquainted with a pair of elbows and a forehead. I like the writing. Seances are just tasteless parlor trick. He clawed his way up the doorframe, and Harold Ludicale, I have no idea how to pronounce that name, I'll be honest, Ludicale, stood as tall as he momentarily could. How dare they? They're speaking to a true alchemical genius. Oh. That's not what I was expecting him to look like. Why is he kind of hot, though? I think it's the hair. Like, that bang right there. That in particular. Like, he's got Wolverine mutton chops going on. Not my favorite beard, but like the hair? Boy's got the Flavio hair going, you know? Why is it kind of hot, though? A man who can control the fabric of all the human soul. Holly fluttered the letter at him.
Why don't you try controlling the fabric of your pants, buddy?
God, I hate this guy already. Harold took one moment to register his state of undress, and that moment was all it took to puncture what little energy he had. Be that as it may, neither I nor anyone could show up and summon the souls of the dead. Their regrets or outstanding grievances, perhaps I could summon those. He looks like if Jay Schlatt was ginger. You're not wrong. But any vengeful presence strong enough to contact might kill the whole lot of them, rather than shake the table. Holly sighed again. Maybe it would have been better to leave Harold passed out on the chaise lounge. Why is Willy Wonka wearing all white? I don't know, this is like weird alternate reality Willy Wonka story. After all, Harold couldn't be pedantic while passed out in the chaise lounge.
I'll tell this bell person you say no, then.
Harold waved a permissive gesture. Good, good, don't call me unless the big ones escape. It took a while for anything to filter through the muck in his brain. And as a neuron finally made contact, Harold tripped again. Bell? As in Bernadette Bell? The author? Holly caught both Harold and the suddenly wild look in his eye. The famous author?
Yeah.
Managing both Harold and the letter was certainly a handful. But Holly managed to reread the latter, which was to say, the letter. I like the writing in this. This is actually kind of fun writing. I enjoy this.
It says, Professor Ludicale, I request your presence at a party at my home this coming Saturday. I have heard tell of your incredible research into the supernal sciences, and I need a man of your experience for the job. I can trust no one else with this important task. My regards, Bernadette Bell.
Harold got to his feet, brushing himself off. Well, it would be the pinnacle of rudeness to decline.
So will you bring business cards to this? Or will you just pass out slips labeled kiss ass so they know your real job?
Harold shook his head, hangover suddenly absent. How do you not know Belle? Is this... And Beauty and the Beast. She's been serialized for 2 years now. Writes those murder mysteries with the shockingly grisly means of death. Holly shrugged. An associate of hers was just murdered a I'm doing the wrong voice. An associate of hers was just murdered a few days ago. The irony kept it all over the papers. They have no leads at all, claiming an imp might have been the murder weapon.
It's creepy to obsess about other people's business.
Dude, we know you're on 4chan though. Like, come on, man. That's making other people's business your business is your entire job. You never know when you might need that information. We wouldn't want to make a faux pas if we met her.
Fine, I guess that settles it. Even if you just said seances were fake.
I mean, it's more complicated than that. And even if there's very little evidence that they're real, you never know what we might find out in the future.
That's a longer way to say fake news.
So? They want a good ghost story for their party. What's wrong with that? It's, well, not deceptive per se. It's fun for the guests if we all pretend it's real. That's the idea. Holly chuckled.
Well then, I'm coming with you. Seeing you lie your ass off sounds like a show I don't want to miss. Plus, they said there'll be dinner. I haven't gotten to eat something I didn't cook myself in ages.
Harold chewed the inside of his cheek for a moment before responding. Just promise you won't embarrass me.
Who, me? With you running around playing pretend about fake ghosts for a scrap of establishment acknowledgement, you really think I'm gonna be the embarrassing one?
Well, you don't exactly know how to dress. That shirt with those shoes? Girl! Holly didn't see fit to dignify that with a response. He turned around and left Harold standing in the hall in his undergarments. A week later, Faraday and Harold stood dwarfed by the massive mansion of Bernadette Bell. This is a fun story so far. I like this. Thank goodness I bought the big jar of salt. This place is going to need a lot to seal.
If you're gonna be faking the ghost thing, why bother sealing anything?
I'm a professional, Holly. I am, at least, capable of sealing a building until sunrise.
Sure you can stay up that late?
Stepping onto the front porch, their feet passed over a metal grate. The strange device on the floor set off a ringing tone inside the house.
Do you think that's an imp doorbell? That seems excessive. Not to mention, expensive.
Or maybe the place is rigged up with electricity. She must be even richer than I thought. How do I look?
You look fine.
I really wish you would have dressed in something nicer.
This is the nicest stuff I have. Plus, it's not like clothes change who you are.
This dude is so 4chan coded it hurts.
Either they'll like you or they won't.
Unsurprisingly, this did nothing at all to assuage Faraday's companion? Associate? Huh. Now there was a question. What was Harry Ludasale to him? What even were they anymore? Keeping track of Ludasale's social lives was one thing. But by this point, even finding a true label was beyond Faraday's capabilities. Especially because he really didn't want to think about any of that right now.
Just say I'm your assistant. They won't care then.
Are they like stilted lovers? Okay. We've got plot lines happening here. I'm here for it. Oh, that only made it worse. Faraday tried again.
So you read a few of her books this week, right? You read a few of her books this week, right?
Well, I read a bit.
Define a bit.
I fell asleep on the third page. I usually like seafaring stories, but it was so dreary. Don't look at me like that. There's going to be a play soon. I'll simply watch that when it comes out. Me needing to read more books and just watching the TV shows instead.
But the short stories are good.
I'm certain that they are. You can tell me about how the book was better once we've seen the show. I love the parallels here. This is great.
Look, the first one sucks. She clearly has never been on a boat before. But they get a lot better.
Do they now?
I wanted to come prepared, so I read a few. There was the sound of movement. Wrong voice.
There was the sound of movement behind the door. The host herself, Bernadette Bell, opened the door. A robust woman in fashionable dress, there was a touch of tiredness in her gaze and a rasp in her throat. A stern, elderly figure stood behind her. Oh, it's Dr. Ludisale. I'm so sorry to keep you waiting. I haven't been feeling up to snuff lately. No trouble, Miss Bell, and please, call me Harold. Harold it is then. I'm glad you could make it. It might have been rather short notice, but for you, my dear, anything. I must confess to being something of a fan.
Really?
And this is my assistant, Holly Faraday. Don't worry, I understand how valuable good help is. This is my editor, Debbie Vance. Vance extended her wrist towards Harold. Her dress and demeanor were both firmly rooted in the prior century. I was the one who told her about your work. Harold, no stranger to dusty old customs, kissed the back of Vance's hand. A pleasure to meet you both. Come on in, don't just stand out there. I'm having trouble remembering all the voices I'm doing for people. Sorry, my voice history. I'm trying to get into it, make this immersive. I want to get started as soon as everyone else has arrived. And if you hate my voices, just tell me. I can skip them. Ms. Bell, I need some time, to prepare. I love that you've kept this whole thing very mysterious. It suits a mystery writer like yourself. But I do need to know, whom will I be summoning? Love the voices? Okay, great. I just do voices in my everyday too. Like my in-person friends know I just do voices. I just do shit. I just be saying stuff. Who knows what my real voice sounds like anymore? Whom I'll be summoning? My friend, Gareth Canterbury. Such a recent death might be difficult to summon. If you can't do it, then please tell me now. I meant for an amateur, it would be impossible. But for an experienced summoner like me, it shouldn't be a problem. I'm glad my brother-in-law has this little blanket under the desk. I was realizing I'm getting cold. I'm also in the basement, but I'm like, ooh, blanket. That's well placed. Thanks, Taylor. Faraday leaned in to whisper.
Harry, how the hell are you going to fake?
Harold hissed back softly. Have you ever heard of a hot reading? Harold puffed his chest out. He seemed filled head to toe with confidence. Instead of trepidation and gin. We need to get a list of the deceased's personal traits and attachments so we can contact her properly. Faraday, take some notes for me. Harold thrust a leather-bound journal into Faraday's hands.
Wait, this notebook is...
Then, he folded to a new page and started to write. Sometimes Faraday will take notes on people around him. These notes can be accessed at any time by clicking the journal icon to the right of the text box. Ooh. If found, please return to Harold Ludisale. People. Okay, there's no people yet. Holly's notes we kept here. Okay. Click the page corners of the tabs to navigate the journal. Okay. Click the close button to return the game. Clicking the page corners. Gareth Canterbury. She, her, friend of Belle, recently murdered. Holly Faraday. He, him, undiscovered demonologist. Incredible work. My assistant professor. Don't say his name around the docks. Gay? Question mark? Crossed out 3 exclamation marks. Aw, they are a couple. I love it. Cute smile. He likes mulled cider. Ask him out for a drink. Apologize. Ask him to come back. Shut up, coward. Stop. I love their relationship. This is great. This is fantastic. Belle turned to Vance for a moment, and while she was distracted, Faraday hissed a whisper to Harold.
Harry, why are there notes on me?
Oh, well, I started assembling all my notes on people into one notebook. Easy to keep on hand that way. Holly rolled his eyes, and sarcasm dripped from his tone.
Oh, of course. That makes perfect sense.
No, it doesn't.
Most people don't think to keep an insane little dossier of everyone they pass by.
Well, my memory isn't what it used to be. Okay, why are they giving, like, Crawley and Aziraphale from, God, what is the name of the show? I can remember their names, but I can't remember the name of the freaking show. Crawley, Aziraphale. What is the show? You know what I'm talking about. Oh my god. What is the... I have to look this up now. It's gonna kill me. Good Omens. Yes, thank you. Yes, Good Omens. Great show. Love that show. They are absolutely giving Crawley and Aziraphale right now. Except for it's like Harold is Crawley and Faraday is Aziraphale. Or no, flip that. Sorry. Aziraphale's Harold. Crawley is Faraday. Faraday took to furious scribbling. Harold looked over Holly's shoulder and watched him write. Oh, very mature. Well, you're at it, add some snores in his sleep to your page. They are for sure. Yeah, they absolutely are. This is great. Ha ha! Belle's laughter cut through their squabble. Don't you agree, Harold? Oh, absolutely. Quite amusing. Harold had no idea what she'd been discussing with Vance. But people always like to hear that they're funny. Ms. Belle, I hate to divert you back towards a sensitive subject, but could you tell me a little bit more about your friend's career? It's important that I know what might tie her to this mortal plane. Belle didn't miss a beat, pride in her eyes as she responded. She was a fabulous illustrator. She worked on the cover art for The Chain. Faraday leaned towards Harold to whisper,
The Chain is the magazine and her stories are The Chain is the magazine her stories are serialized in.
So, would you say she liked her job? She loved it. She and I would head out to find scenes for her to paint while I did some rough drafting. She and I met when she had to illustrate something for one of my stories for the cover. She took a lot of pride in her work. Some people even collected the journals just for their covers. Quite a feat to say, sometimes the journals sold just because of her artwork. I don't know what voice to do for Vance. She wasn't well liked by the heads of the journal. Let's go very uptight voice. She just told it like it is. Management always hates that. I just wanted to be clear. Maybe the job didn't love her as much as she loved it. I suppose. They were dating him calling out. Oh, they absolutely were, Glitchby. They absolutely were. We have like two gay lovers on two gay love stories happening, and I'm fucking here for it. I love this right now. This is great. Why does that kind of look like Stalin, though? Like, that kind of looks like a painting of Stalin. A little sus. In the parlor, there were two guests already chatting away. Or rather, one of them was endlessly, excitingly prattling on, while the other loomed silent. Dude, it's fucking Slenderman. Why's he got a hole in his chest, though? Like, it's behind my camera, but dude's got a hole in his chest. Faraday and Harold attempted not to stare. They failed, utterly. Belle followed their gazes and chimed in. May I present Goose Downey? They're here to help me with some details about future writing ideas. They're a hitman? Goose. Inspiration is vital for a good story. And who would know more about murder than that? So tacky. Faraday took note of the new guests. The doorbell rang, and Belle grabbed Vance's hand. Oh, another arrival! And with that, Belle hurried Vance away, sounding slightly winded. Alright, I think we got new notes. People. Popular illustrator, worked for the chain, disliked by her bosses, tells it like it is. Harold Ludisale, he, him, orientation, desperate. Rude. Jerk, usually intoxicated and moping. Yeah, he's big Crawley energy right now. One of the most influential demonologists of the era, but has no motivation. His house is full of nightmares that are a pain in the ass to deal with, but he's the most notable one. This has to have been inspired by Good Omens. Bernadette Bell, she, her. Tonight's host writes the popular Constance Little Bear series of mysteries. Harry, if you're reading this, the train one is great. Goose Downey, they, them. Yeah, see, look, they've got a hole in their stomach. A hitman, question mark? Here for Belle's research. Interesting. Finally, I was starting to think it would just be me and this guy all night. That's this person here talking, I think. The taller person said nothing. But the lack of response did not seem to slow the woman down. So, who do we have here? Two of you, right? She prodded them with her cane, whacking them about the ankles. Or is it just one person with a really big hip? Oh. No, it's two of us. So you can speak. Well, that's helpful. Yes, I'm Dr. Harold Ludisale, and I'll be performing the seance this evening. Man, she wasn't kidding when she said she was getting an expert. Love to see that the NB representation. It's not often we're properly depicted as having giant torso holes. I know. Where is the giant torso holes missing in NB representation? Let's finally get some good NB representation. We love it. We love it. And aren't all NBs hit people as well? Like, it's like the main career like pipeline, I think. You're more mysterious if you're a hitman also. Or hitman, hitwoman. Are they all hitmen? I don't actually know. Hit people? I'm a hit people. That just sounds like an incomplete sentence. I don't know. Hit people I'm gonna go with. I don't know. Hit person? I can neither confirm nor deny that we are or are not overwhelmingly hit folks. Hit folks, there we go. If you tell me, you have to kill me. Harold beamed. Shame it had to be you, though. And just who do you think you are? Harold did his best to shush Faraday. But the woman heard him anyway and could scarcely hold back a peal of arrogant laughter. Me? I'm Dea Delus. Harry gave an audible groan of disappointment, which only served to make her grin even more broadly. This is free to play on Steam. This is great. Are you kidding me? I love this so far. This is fantastic. And this is free to play. Yep, that Deleuze. If you've seen a ship with our marking, then I designed it. Even if you haven't seen the marking, we made half the ships in the harbor. So, you know, you're welcome. I love them. For like all the free trade you enjoy each day. Faraday gritted his teeth and decided not to let the shipwright get away with the slight. Big deal. So you made 100 or 200 ships. Good for you. I've been on better. Oh? Big words, mister. It's Faraday. Holly Faraday. Deleuze shrugged. Never heard of you. Faraday sucked in a breath to tell Deleuze exactly who he was. But Harold lifted a hand and gave him a desperate, pleading look. Instead, he looked down the journal sullenly, and scrawled his ire into it, instead of saying anything aloud. Harry turned to the taller fellow, hoping to have a little more luck with them. Hello, pleasure to meet you. The figure gave the slightest of nods, and then stared at Harold, offering no further greeting or conversation. Harry's mind had half a dozen different reasons why Goose might choose to commit this social slight, and how each of them was probably Harold's own fault. That's me. It's always my fault. I'm the one being weird. That's exactly how I would respond. Be like, oh, this person's not talking to me? I fucked up. He was so wrapped up in the preemptive guilt, that's me, that he almost missed it when they did speak. Okay, I need a good voice for this. Hey. I don't know, should I go? I feel like deep and mysterious, but I don't know. How are we feeling on a voice for this one? I feel like with the pinstripe suit and stuff, like in the like Slenderman kind of build, I feel like dark and mysterious. Let's go with it. Hey. 100%? Okay. A great listener, this one. I was just telling them about how marriage is a scam. Why do we have two, like, Reddit incels happening in the same story here? Harold did not have time to ask what could cause such a topic to come up. He just got straight to nodding. Yes, spending your life with just one person would be so limiting. I disagree. Commitment is nice. It's not to say that life partnership doesn't have its upsides. Faraday rolled his eyes. I have finally locked the tarot cards? Hell yeah, Glitchby. Nice.
You getting dizzy over there?
Miss Deleuze, do you happen to know anything about Gareth Canterbury?
Just that she died and people keep talking about it.
Dea Deleuze gave a carefree shrug.
How about you, Goosey?
Wasn't me. Outside the room, there was a lilting, melodic cry of joy. Deleuze's head turned attentively. Please tell me that's who it sounds like it is. The sound of fawning excitement traveled down the hall. And before long, the host arrived, her next guest in tow. Oh, there's so many voices I'm having to do. I've run out of... I don't have, like, the range, I feel like, for good-sounding femme voices. So I do apologize if I kind of butcher these. The door swung open, revealing a figure swathed in pink silks and sheer beaded fabric. Her eyes shone with abundant delight. Harold gave a slight gasp of enthusiasm. It's Clarice Myers!
Who?
If you can take an interest in current events, if you can't take an interest in current events, we'll never have anything to talk about.
We can talk about the current state of mold in your kitchen.
Oh, your parlor is beautiful. Is it the inspiration for Duchess Baker's parlor? How could you tell? My Belle and Myers are voices are the same. I've been rereading all of her scenes. The way that bookshelf is positioned, and the pattern of the chair. Yes, I pictured her scheming all of her nefarious plots right in that chair over there. The energetic young lady crossed the room to run her hand along the fabric of the arm. Ooh, it gives me a perfectly wicked vibe. Can I sit in it? You certainly can. The young lady settled into the chair, and the innocent features of her face contorted into a sinister glare. She threw back her head and gave a laugh so chilling, goosebumps rose on the back of Faraday's neck. Try as you might for as long as you live, you'll never prove it was me, Constance Little Bear. Belle's jaw dropped. That's exactly how I imagined her. I love it. Miss Myers, I think you're disturbing the other guests. The young lady hopped up from the chair, eyes once again wide and apologetic. I'm so sorry, everyone. I'm just so thrilled to see it for myself. No, Debbie, stop being such a spoilsport. Ms. Myers, I couldn't have asked the director to cast a better Duchess. Yeah, are you kidding? A preview performance right here? Sounds like she knows how to party. Unlike the rest of you chumps. Dia poked Goose in the knee with her cane. When are you gonna start doing an evil laugh? That seems like something a real hitman would have. It's better if they don't hear you coming. This guy's starting to creep me out. Shh, don't let them hear you. Belle and Myers, however, were still off on their own little world, fawning over each other.
Oh, I hate to be a bother, Miss Belle, but can I please have you sign this copy of The Chain? I have all of the ones with your stories in them, but this one is my favorite. Constance racing to solve the murder before the train pulls into the next station. All while knowing she might be found by the conductor. It was so thrilling.
Belle took the less than pristine magazine and unclipped a gleaming bronze fountain pen from her pocket. Her signature was large and loopy in a striking indigo ink.
I used this pen for all of my manuscripts too. This ink just seems like it makes my pen flow faster.
Myers' eyes sparkled with admiration as she took the signed copy back. She stared in awe as if she had just seen magic. Belle seemed to remember that the rest of the guests were still there.
Oh, let me introduce Miss Clarice Myers.
Loved you in that one with the flower girl and the elocution lessons.
Deleuze hopped to the front of the group,
quickly shaking Myers' hand. Didn't think you had a villain in you, but you sure proved me wrong.
Oh, why thank you. I promise I can be very evil when I want to be.
I don't know why everybody's British. Everybody's always British when I do voices. Vance looked over Clarice, finally giving an approving nod. My dear, are you wearing your imp in your hat?
Oh, yes, I'm awfully glad that somebody noticed. It's all the fashion uptown. Watch!
The small creature rose from her hat, and quietly, with the poise of a ballerina, began to dance. So are imps like little creatures, I guess? You've unlocked all the relics now too? How close are you to 100%ing it, Glitchby? You gotta be super close. Clarice Myers sang a crystalline soprano, weaving a hauntingly pretty melody. The others all stopped what they were doing and crowded around to watch them perform. Vance smiled, and Deleuze stopped fidgeting, an ear turned intently up to listen. The little imp moved with grace, elegance, and far too many joints. After a moment, however... Oh. Harold crossed the room quickly, pulling chalk from his jacket pocket. 3 achievements to go? That's a ridiculous Glitchby. Nice work. Miss, allow me to... Myers did not let a hint of awkwardness or effrontery show.
Oh dear, don't mind. That happens all the time. See, she can make a new one.
Did it like crack or something, I guess? The little imp placed a tiny hand to its cheek, as if laughing off embarrassment. And its mask reformed. Oh yeah, I can create a new mask. Okay.
Ah, what a clever little trick.
The imp bowed, then hid away, back among the flowers of Myers' hat. Harold slunk back over to Faraday's side.
Do you think it's okay?
Though he had whispered, Deleuze must have been feeling particularly nosy, because she chirped up for all to hear. Of course she's okay. Everybody's imps do weird stuff sometimes. It doesn't mean anything.
Quite right. One look at that beautiful imp and one can easily tell that it harbors a beautiful soul.
The imp is pure expression of an artist's creative drive, her ability. I don't know what to do for Vance. I'm like fucking it up. One shouldn't trivialize it. There was general agreement amidst the room, and the others took to chatting. Harold wandered over to the far corner and wondered if he could summon something that could drag him straight off the face of the earth.
Is that really what people think nowadays? That imps are their creativity? Their souls? They break them out for fun little shows?
You were gone a while, Holly.
We did all that research, and the public just traded one lie for another. Look, this journal you've got me writing in. It's my old notebook. I'll just open it up and show them my notes.
Leave it be. Her imp is advanced, to be sure, but maybe nothing will happen. If you try to tell them this darling of the stage has a demon, that if she uses it like this, it will make it stronger and more dangerous. We'll be mocked and maybe even forcibly removed. The voice you're reading that character's lines in, it's like you're impersonating a British pedophile. Are you talking Faraday's or Harold's? I mean, Faraday's is definitely based on like just like the most like greasy basement dweller Reddit dude ever. That's definitely what I'm going for with Faraday's voice. I don't know, he just the sunglasses just they read Reddit 4chan, dude, is what they read. At least to me. There's a dude on TikTok, I think, who does like pretends to be like IT, and he always does this like weird like fisheye lens effect. And he's always like,
yeah, all right. Well, have you tried like plugging it back in? Okay. Well, yeah, this is gonna be like a week later. No, you're gonna have to submit a ticket.
and he just like has this voice that he does, and that's kind of what I'm like impersonating of. He's wearing those shades because he only sees the sun for 30 minutes a week. Bro, that's on a good week. Dude needs to touch a singular blade of grass, at least one.
Aren't we responsible for at least trying to correct them? If someone gets hurt and we said nothing.
Faraday was no stranger to Harold's haggard, tired expressions. Discord's hardest boss. That's exactly what it is. But as Harold looked at him, his eyes communicated a fatigue so deep it must have taken years to accumulate.
I hate this city. They need a rock if you told them it was an oyster.
Average wrestling journalist. Holly's notes on imps and demons are available to read. Okay, sick, let's read these. Notes. Should have a good time. So, to summarize the points for the presentation, demons aren't just the big monsters that lurk in the woods or destroy small villages. Everyone might even have a really tiny demon running around, hiding their keys or eating their socks or something. That's where my fucking socks go, man. We humans contribute to them via negative emotions. The difference between a harmless or harmful demon is how powerful we let them get. But what if, pause for effect, we could put the demons someplace where they can't feed off us? Professor Ludisale has developed a system for capturing renegade or stray demons. We can use sealing alchemy to confine demons to objects or locations. But we absolutely must take responsibility for our own demons. Harry's, crossed out, the professor's goal is for each person to have the option to seal their own demon deep within themselves. Doesn't sound healthy. The professor has already successfully done this on 2 people. Show photographs of my eyes. Have the professor comment on his own suppression once it's done. Let's get that funding! Hell yeah. Meeting went too well. They refused to treat the process as a medical procedure, talked about rebranding demons. Of course the ad agency got involved. Harry said that we should be open to whatever gets us the funds we need. I'm not going to lie to these assholes for money. Screw this. I feel like I'm doing Faraday a bit of a disservice with the voice, but like we're committed to it at this point. I feel like I need to crack my neck. It's like killing me right now for some reason. Do we get more notes on people? Bernadette Bell. A hitman? Here's for Bell research. Wasn't them? Question marks. Pronounced Dea. Okay, Dea Deluce. Okay, I'm doing it roughly right. Shipwright thinks she's so special because she's economically noteworthy. Isn't that every billionaire? Clarice Myers. She, her. Stage actress, a big fan of Belle. Evil laugh? Question mark. She's going to make a killer Duchess Baker. I feel like we're already starting to get like hints on who the killer is going to be. I think this is a murder mystery. I really don't know still. But I'm like, for being a free freaking game, I'm invested right now. I am way invested in this. Let's get out of this room and start sealing the mansion.
Good idea. If I have to spend one more minute in here, I'm gonna lose it.
Okay, so this is the mansion. Boiler room. Kitchen, office. Okay, that's the only place we can go. Let's start in the kitchen, I guess. Of all the ridiculous... Vance put her hand down on a piece of paper when they entered, but left a small, vibrantly violet corner visible. When she moved to grasp it the rest of the way, she dropped it. Faraday rushed over to pick it up.
It says, Bernadette Bell, tonight we are coming to steal...
Vance snatched it away, then crumpled up the paper. I'm sorry, this is a letter that was slipped under the door. Miss Bell didn't want it to distract from the party tonight, so she asked me to get rid of it.
Yeah, that thing sure looks like some distraction.
She gets threats sometimes. It's nothing serious. Well, I will be finished sealing this place in a bit. It will mean no one can leave or enter, so she should be safe. Vance did not seem mollified by this. She waved her hand. Don't let that soup boil over. Of course. Harold nearly fell over the table in a rush to comply. Not you, the help. Or rather, the other help. Harold watched as an imp the size of a very large oven bumbled by. Okay. It walked slowly, as if moving at all was a chore. This reminds me of like weird Beauty and the Beast kind of vibes. The heat emanating from it, even from yards away, made Faraday start to sweat. It opened up its mouth, and a whistling filled the room. Faraday grimaced and covered his ears. The large imp removed a tea kettle, poured a cup, and put the kettle back in its mouth. As soon as its mouth was closed, the sound stopped. Vance took the cup, sipping it, and surveying the room. On the table, a knife-like imp was chopping some form of leafy garnish. So are the imps the demons sealed inside of objects? I'm assuming that's what those are.
Oh, a knife flying all over the place on its own. Watching that isn't disconcerting at the least.
You needn't fear. It's all well under control. I feel like my nose is like plugged for some reason right now. My neck is killing me tonight.
So, the height of technology allows people to finally take a good hard look inside. And what have we done? Sold them to the highest bidder. What's next? Legalizing the black market for organs?
These are just rental imps. Some hard-working people, through no fault of their own, very much need that money. Belle considers it magnanimous to at least help those people with the debts. She rents from these people often, but they go back to their originators after a month. After a month, huh? It's their decision if they want to rent them out again.
It's messed up either way.
Vance turned away to check back in on the other imp that was washing the dishes. Dinner is almost ready. If you don't hurry, the food will be cold for everyone. Harold hurried over the windows to start sealing them. He had been in front of a classroom. Had he been in front of a classroom, he might have added a touch of flourish to his hand motions. He would have explained the process in affectionate detail and called out his words loudly, emphasizing unnecessary syllables in order to add pomp and majesty. But instead, he huffed 3 quick breaths onto the windows and traced symbols in the foggy glass. He closed his eyes and focused on the rolling, abundant anxiety within his gut, and without a word, pressed it all down. The glass grew hot under his touch. A quick dash of salt, and it was done. One more sealed down. Harold finished sealing the windows, and the 2 men left. The office. This must be where she writes.
Good to know at least one room here isn't just for decoration.
Not everything has to be utilitarian.
It does on a ship.
You're such a braggart. Gallivanting off on ocean travels, while the rest of us are stuck boarding ourselves up in dry study.
It's not like I got a lot of time above deck. You think I had a lovely time working on my tan?
Ugh, and you don't even have the grace to look back on it fondly. You're a fundamentally ungrateful person.
Says the guy who hasn't washed his own laundry in 3 months. Oh! Got him! Got him!
Harold set about sealing these windows too. While he was deep in concentration. Oh! You boys already got in here. I came up to open the door for you. I usually leave this room locked. I'm so sorry. I had no idea. We were just about to finish up in here. It's quite alright. I leave anything important double locked. Unlocked all the fleas. Damn, Glitch, but you're speedrunning this. You wouldn't have found it even if you tried. Harold's teeth were grinding loud enough for Belle to hear them across the room. Please, Dr. Lucille, you don't need to be so on edge all the time. I assure you, I'm already aware of your history, but I have the utmost confidence. Well, I think that Faraday can handle this room on his own. I'll just head along, shall I? Faraday sprinkled down the last line of salt along the windowsill, and Harry rushed out of the room, cheeks burning with shame. What is he shamed about? Belle carefully relocked the door behind them and tucked the key into her sleeve. Looks like the boiler room's the only other place we can go. Do we have any other notes on people yet? These all look to be the same. Yeah, notes are all the same. Okay. To the boiler room. They took a staircase. I have a sneeze coming. There it is. Ooh. They took a staircase down and found themselves in a boiler room. Harold got right to work, while Faraday lingered, peering over the railing. The boiler was immense, large enough to fit a carriage inside.
Why make a room like this so big?
It's a big house, but it is quite something to look at. It must have cost a lot to heat this. It must cost a lot to heat this place.
Can we heat your place more this winter?
If this job leads to another one, maybe.
If you say no, then I'm sleeping in your bed.
You stay in your own room. Aw. As the two returned to the parlor, they found Clarice admiring the decor. Miss Myers, do you know anything about Gareth Canterbury? The illustrator? She was Miss Belle's dearest confidant, and she was murdered. Terrible how the papers keep sensationalizing it and hounding her for her interviews. She clearly has nothing to do with it. And yet, they're harassing her just because she's famous and writes about murders. All just to sell papers. It's so heartbreaking. I love being dramatic.
Thank you! It's disgusting that people want to wring money out of other people's tragedies.
Dreadful indeed. I feel so sorry for Miss Belle. I hope you will be gentle, all be gentle with her feelings tonight. She's probably trying to take her mind off that whole thing. Holly clicked his tongue.
I don't think she is.
She hired me to summon her ghost. That seems so ghoulish. Literally. Whoa! This party's getting better every minute. And it will only improve now that I'm here, gorgeous. The group turned to see the new arrival. I'm admittedly intrigued, but that's some big talk. A man waltzed into the room with the utmost confidence. Okay. Why does he look like the male version of the captain from Treasure Planet? I know this is like... Oh, hang on. I wanted to load, not... Let's load. Yes. Okay. I was making jokes, and then the whole thing crashed. So, no jokes anymore, I guess. I'm not allowed to make jokes. Can't make jokes anymore, guys, because then it takes down stream. Jokes crash stream. Okay. So the captain, the masked version of the captain from Treasure Planet shows up. He sported, is that coiffed? 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 I don't know how to pronounce it. Coiffed hair? Coiffed? I don't know. He sported coiffed hair. How is the volume? Did that break the volume? It did break the volume again. Okay. Let's turn that back down. Okay. I'll stop touching anything that's not the game, and hopefully things don't break. Alright, let's get back into this. He sported coiffed hair, a lilac waistcoat that was so out of style, it bordered on a kind of archaic chic, and a pair of long, tapered ears. Faraday barely noticed the others enter the room. Vance supported a slightly winded Belle on her arm, helping her into a chair. Being too boring would literally kill me. I'm very motivated. Oh, your ears. Are you a fae? I've only heard about them in books. What do his ears look like? Dia prodded Goose again with her cane, prompting them on. Cute. Subjective descriptions don't help. Is Dia blind then, I'm guessing? Must be with the cane and the glasses. That makes sense, actually. That makes sense. I'm like looking at myself. I'm trying to see if I'm like... Do I look like I'm a little like glitchy? Like me is a little bit framey, laggy, video-wise? It seems like it is a little bit of my OBS, which like it wasn't earlier. What the hell is it doing, dude? I don't know. Weird stuff. Hopefully it doesn't crash here. They're pointy. And very charming. Charming is subjective. Nonsense. Charming is objectively very, very me. I'm lupine flowers. And no, it isn't every day you meet a fae. Vance squinted at Lupine. I don't actually remember inviting you. I wasn't invited. But I thought that was rude. Such a collection of adorable people, and me? Not invited? Shame. Plus, I was friends with Canterbury. Gary was good to me. I found out you were going to be contacting her again tonight. Call me romantic, but I couldn't miss a last chance at seeing her. It couldn't hurt. And Gareth was so quiet, I didn't even know she had any other friends. It's really a pleasure to have you here. Well, if you're certain. Debbie, shouldn't you know better than anyone else never to turn away a fae? Nonsense! As an expert, I know the fae are all sweet and adorable, wholesome creatures. They are born amidst the cabbage patch, and tenderly rock the children to sleep at night. Ha! Where did you get that nonsense? It sounds like something in Deborah Vance's storybook. Everyone's just silent. Can you get dinner started, Debbie? You have the cooking and serving imps in the kitchen, don't you? Of course. Please, be careful. Lupine bounced on his toes and turned to Belle with a friendly grin. What an odd pair, you and her. Her books are all old stuffy, plotless fairy stories, and you write exciting, gruesome murders. Witnessing such wild faux pas, Harold was white in the face, murmuring. He knew that she was Deborah Vance and still said that to her face? Oh, God. Little prissy Miss Cabbage Patch edits your tales of murder? Ha! You're just full of wonderfully vibrant ideas. I can see it in your eyes and in your writing. Lupine looked at Belle with the most adoring smile to accompany the compliment. Whatever could a frump like that bring to the table that you didn't already have in spades?
Oh.
Myers hopped like a child in a classroom, one eager to be called on by the teacher.
Miss Belle, do you mind if I tell him? Go right ahead. It's infinitely more fun to hear my accomplishments coming from someone else's mouth.
Myers dove in.
Miss Belle published the first murder mystery under a pen name. You see, she wasn't confident in her work, though the first one wasn't a major hit. It got people excited about the characters, and she started to write more stories. A couple years ago, she got picked up by The Chain. That's what I found out about her.
That's what I started reading her as well. You can get The Chain in Arcadia, if you know the right guys.
Well, eventually Miss Belle felt confident enough to reveal her real name. Miss Belle was a brand new writer, but as you know, Miss Vance has been around for
about 100 years. Look at those crow's feet. You only get brow creases like that bad from scowling all the time.
Miss Vance has been around for a while longer, so she has a lot of publishing connections. She helped Miss Belle get into the industry.
Faraday balanced the journal against his arm to add more. When Faraday looked up, Lupine was already behind him, peering over his shoulder. Ha! Another cute writer. I'm gonna get overstuffed with stories tonight.
They're just notes.
Oh, are you casing the joint? Ha ha!
Belle does have some amazing things, though. She's been collecting occult items. That's what I read. You can see some in her gorgeous curio case over there.
Deleuze scolded Goose. You didn't tell me about what's in the curio case. I didn't look.
Well, how about I give you all a tour?
Okay, we're going on a tour.
This pair of silver rods are supposed to be useful for finding hidden items. This spike is my most recent purchase. The seller said it was the tooth of a toxic shark demon.
Ooh, Goosey, is it stained with blood? Goose grinned. Nah, but it's about the size of your fist.
Whoa! This set of candles is from the first successful angel summoning.
Faraday leaned over to whisper to Harold.
That's not a thing, right?
Some demons are good liars.
These coins are said to be clues that led to a treasure map. Something for me to keep busy with once I retire, I suppose.
Invite me along for that one. I definitely want Treasure Discover on my resume.
Down here is a device that reacts to ghostly presence. I plan to test it tonight.
Miss Belle, please don't get your hopes up. Devices like that tend to be completely fake. Unlike Harry here. Faraday muttered under his breath.
This last one is a personal favorite. It's a listening device that can pick up people's inner thoughts that are floating around in the air. I've heard a lot of very interesting things in the ether. Incredible, but you must hear such strange things. They can be strained and difficult to decipher, but they really can push me right through when I'm feeling stuck. The inner mind is such an intriguing place.
With the others distracted, Harold shook his head in disbelief. The doorbell chimed again, and Belle smiled as she excused herself. Most of the group stayed crowded around the case, admiring the items, but Faraday and Harold pulled back to talk privately. Is stream running good, guys? Like, we running good here now? Like, do things seem to be working well now? I'm assuming they are. We've made it this far without crashing again, so, like, fingers crossed. Also, the fact that this game is free and I'm so absolutely invested right now.
If you're gonna be selling fake seances, then we might as well get into the fake artifact business too. Demon sharks.
Holly curled his fingers and with both hands pantomimed a large pair of jaws. He chomped them on Harold's arm. For the briefest of moments, Harold smiled. But it quickly gave way to his usual demeanor. I certainly hope they're all fake. What if one of those was actually someone's severed imp? The ones in the kitchen are bad enough, but at least they're under Vance's control. Nobody's approved and rented out stuff in the cabinet. If one got up and got loose...
Speaking of getting loose, maybe we should get to sealing those windows. I don't want to miss dinner because I'm hanging off the roof putting salt down on you. I want to at least meet all of the guests first. And we've barely found out anything at all about Canterbury.
True. I guess you need to make this as convincing as possible. I'm gonna save here. Gonna make sure I save my games regularly. Seems like a smart thing to
do. Though, looking at that case, she seems like she's the type to believe you can move without rowing.
Yo, what's up, Wolf? Good morning. Good morning. I guess it's technically morning. It's 12:26 a.m. It is technically morning. Yo! Thanks for the nocturnal redemption, Wolf. I can't hear it. My alerts aren't working for me, but... Welcome on in, Wolf. How you doing? It's good to see you. We are playing a game called the, Tales of the Serialized Killer, I think is what it is. The Case of the Serialized Killer? Yeah, the Case of the Serialized Killer, I think is what it's called. Well, that's what we're playing. It's like a point and click murder mystery and story game. Free to play on Steam, and very good, honestly, so far. It's been really good. I'm kind of invested. But welcome on in. It's good to see you.
Hey!
Harold narrowly avoided both a heart attack and a faceplant straight into Faraday's sweater.
We'll be right back.
I'm going off on a little unauthorized tour with a cutie on my arm. I'm doing voices. No telling, okay? What a guy. What a guy. You only get a peek into other people's houses on a rare occasion. Duluth and Lupine slid out of the room before anyone could give any kind of objection. Damn, that Faye was the only one who claimed he knew Canterbury.
It would be great to know what kind of thing Belle's expecting to ask her.
I would assume it's something about the murder.
That or confessing some sort of feelings.
That would be a lot easier.
If not more ethical.
Bernadette Belle re-entered the room for just a moment, followed by a formally dressed military man. His boots made a loud, crisp sound as he walked. Unless we are graced by more Fae, this is our final guest. Lieutenant Merrick Novick. The man, who now darkened the parlor doorway, caused Holly to narrow his eyes. You know him?
When you've been at sea as long as I have, you know one. You know them all.
Novak shot Clarice a smile. It's good to see you. What should my voice be for this guy? It's good to see. I have some other guests I can recognize. I'm going Russian. I went to see your first show on the date with a woman who would be my future wife. Okay, I can't do Russian consistently. Maybe I go Western. Let's go for like a Western one. I went to see your first show on a date with a woman who would eventually be my future wife. She loves your work.
Oh, how sweet.
Have you got yourself someone special? Oh no, I'm not interested in that kind of thing. Is Myers ace? Fuck, this game has amazing representation. What the hell? At least not in real life. Okay, Myers, true. We gotta stick to our romantic, fake people that we have in stories, because that's the best romances. How is this game free? I fucking love this. This is great. What's this video game strike about? If you do ! strike, Jared, you can check it out. So the video game industry right now is on strike. The SAG-AFTRA industry for video games in the United States is on strike to advocate for a new contract, better pay, AI protections, stuff like that. If you do !strike in chat, there's a link that takes you to more information about it. It is definitely important, and this is the people who create the video games that we know and love. It is definitely important to be in solidarity with them right now. But yeah, we want to make sure that we are... Am I not connected to chat? How am I not connected to chat? What the heck? I'm trying to do this from my phone so I don't break things. Okay, it's not working. Fuck Fortnite. No, so there's not a call for any... There it goes. Thank you. Thank you, Wolf. There's not a call for any game strikes right now. So, in fact, the opposite. The people who are striking, they want you to be playing games, they want you to be streaming, they want you to be talking about this. So it's why I have those on there, because it's important, because without video games, I don't get to fucking stream. I don't get to play free-to-play, amazing narrative-based story games. I don't get to play Fortnite. I don't get to play games because the people who do the voice acting, the people that do the animation, the designers, they don't get paid well enough to make games. So if we want the gaming industry to continue, if we want people who are creative, who bring these stories and these things to life, to be paid well enough to fucking survive in this god-awful country sometimes, we need to stand up and be in solidarity with the striking people. So that is what that is all about. If you hit the link there, you can check that out. But yeah, it's very important. Am I excited for qualifying tomorrow? I'm assuming you're talking Formula 1. I am. Hopefully, I'm awake in time to stream that tomorrow morning in the Discord. If you guys aren't aware, I'm going to be streaming the... what are we on? It is the Dutch Grand Prix. Yeah, the Dutch Grand Prix is this weekend for Formula 1. I will be streaming qualifying tomorrow morning. It's 8 a.m. my time, so 8 a.m. Central, 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 a.m. West Coast Pacific time. So if you guys are interested, I'll have it on tomorrow. Maybe not quite at 8 a.m. I know the dogs are going to jump on me to go out at like 6 a.m., so that's going to be fun. But if I can get up in time, I'll have it on at 8 a.m. in the Discord. Same with the race on Sunday. I will have the Formula 1 race live on Sunday. I'm going to do my very best to wake up live for that. It's also at 8 o'clock in the morning Central Time. So I'll keep you guys posted, but yeah, that's what I'm trying to be on for. But yeah, Dutch GP, we are back at the end of the summer break. And there's all kinds of Formula 1 drama already happening, so. Alright. A girl pretty as you? You're very flattering, Lieutenant. But, as I said, I'm not really interested. You don't have to come up with excuses, little lady. Like I said, you look very... Ho 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 ho! You couldn't afford the Duchess's tea, let alone upkeep her lifestyle. Peasant. Get fucked. Lifestyle? I must go. She's so dramatic all over. My flock of peacocks requires a good solid tutting. Myers skipped out the door. Novak made to follow. But Faraday moved quickly in the way. Hey, Novak! Didn't you say you were married? Butt out. But what does it matter to you who she is or isn't interested in? No one was talking to you, Porky. God, I can't do the right voice. No one was talking to you, Porky. You're the porky one, water pig. Great insults, guys. Novak stepped towards Faraday, who stared him down right back. The metals on Lieutenant Novak's chest shifted, opening to reveal a scramble of glaring eyes. Step aside, or I'll step on you. Faraday's ankle jerked aside at an odd angle, and he barely kept it from twisting. His hands trembled. Leave her alone! Luckily for Faraday, Bell chose that moment to return to the parlor. Lieutenant Novak, I must ask you to please not use your imp on my guests. Of course, Miss Bell. That's one dangerous creature. They're all dangerous. Not at all. It only helps make sure people listen to what they're told. It's essential to have discipline in the military. But we're not in the military. I was just giving him a little scare as a joke. I wasn't gonna do nothing. We're all friends here. Merrick shoved Faraday a bit roughly, knocking him off balance. Harry managed to catch his arm. Holly, don't make a scene.
I don't think I could if I wanted to. What the hell kind of species is that?
See, he's fine. So, y'all said imps are dangerous?
Of course, any imp could destroy a man.
Well, I assume that means yours is quite ferocious. Because if you had a demon, I'd have to do my duty by the law.
I just see things.
Novak gave a low, deep chuckle. I will be sure to be aware of it. Harry cleared his throat. God, I'm just so primed for another crash now. I hate that. I hate that when it happens, man. It just throws me off. Harry cleared his throat and tried to pull his friend aside, out of the line of fire. We should probably finish getting the place sealed. I'll take my assistant with me. Harold gave an apologetic smile to Belle. Belle returned it with a warm glance of her own. It shone, genuine. Thank you, Dr. Ludisale.
Ludisale? That Ludisale? Isn't he under house arrest?
Laughter interrupted from outside the parlor. Whatever Novak had been about to say, he was soon miles away. His attention had been completely diverted. I'll show you because I really mean anywhere I'm locked out of. Bam! Dia, so good to see you. At the sound of Lieutenant Novak's voice, Deleuze froze and turned to walk right back out the way she came in. So, Mr. Flowers, need a light for your cigarette? Oh no, you'd be amazed at what I can do with fire. Let's find a big room and I'll show you. Faraday smirked as they left.
2 for 2 with the ladies tonight, huh? Seems like she's not that into you, deckhand.
Nah, she's just being playful. It's her way. Holly, let's go. Harold picked up his large container of salt, and the pair left the room.
I want to tie that guy to an anchor and throw him into a raging storm.
As far as I could tell, it seemed like Deleuze would probably help you.
So would most of my old crewmates. You know, the sailor ratio is all off here. Too much law. What if we called in some of them?
Please don't get us in trouble here, Holly. You promised you weren't going to embarrass me.
Sorry, I didn't know that it was embarrassing to stand up for yourself.
You know what I mean. Don't get in Novak's face and make a big scene.
You might not have a spine, but I can still locate mine.
An officer like that could actually hurt us. He could hurt you.
Fine, I'll try not to rile him up. But if he starts it, I can't promise I won't fight back. Mom and the rest of the crew didn't...
Mom?
Mom? Mom and the rest of the crew didn't raise me to bow to guys like that.
Mom? We're learning stuff here. We're getting lore. They finished sealing the mansion. They were barely done before it was time for dinner. Vance's carefully chosen seating took some shuffling to fix. Faraday disregarded the name cards as a suggestion and sat down next to Harold. Deleuze switched seats at the last moment, leaving Clarice next to Merrick. Lupine didn't even have a name card. But in the end, the guests all took their seats at the table, the smell of roasted garlic and juicy turkey already floating down the hall. Vance wheeled in a cart with a lovely ivy-patterned cloth. Atop it was a large tureen of soup. When she opened the lid, a fragrant cloud of steam billowed out of it, and she dished out bowls. Belle glanced to check that everyone had gotten their soup, but started shortly afterwards, prompting the others to begin to eat as well. Clarice, I must apologize. I haven't been able to assist you in your character workshops. It's quite all right. Thank you for understanding. The rewrites are so extensive. It's my responsibility to get you the best script as possible. But the director says that he's assembled the finest cast of his career. People are pretty excited for it, even out of town. I've heard my patrons talking about it, but the show's a hot topic in the shipyards too. They say you might be touring with the show if it does well. Yes, I've always wanted to travel around the country. Maybe even around the world. But it's so expensive and scary to do alone. Oh, just imagine that glamorous tour. Meeting stars, getting fan letters ferried over the ocean just to tell me they loved the show. It would be a dream come true to have so many people see me perform. Lupine ran his spoon around the bowl, swirling the soup. He made a small whirlpool in it, and the broth splashed over the table. He didn't even bring the spoon to his lips. I have a lot to go over this evening, but while we eat, we should try to keep it light. So I think we should ask Goose the question any person would have for someone in their profession. How do you get jobs? You mean jobs? Killing people? Yes. It's not as fun as you're hoping. I had a boss. He told me who to go after. That's it. What do you mean you had a boss? What happened to him? Same thing that happens to everyone eventually. Retirement? She's so naive. Oh, Belle. Essentially. So handsome and mysterious. Lupine cooed at Goose. Goose stared down at their soup bowl. Lieutenant Novak laughed and pointed at the hole in Goose's middle. Well, looking at you, he took a severance package. Goose took their time, slurping up some soup, before responding. You should have seen the other guy. Eh? Goosey, what's that creep talking about? I'm not all here. I'm partly somewhere else. Where? Sold my amp a while back. Like other folks, it left a hole. Mine's kind of hard to hide, though. Hell if I know where that imp is now. Vance called from across the table. Language! Sorry, I'm just saying if I knew where that part was, I'd be there too. Lupine leaned back in his chair and let out a loud whine. I'm famished! Can't someone tell us a good story already? Anyone have a weird family secrets? A saucy romance? A neat gender? Deleuze finished her first glass of wine. Ludicale transed his gender. Oh my god, what the fuck? Don't do the pun. Don't do the pun, Harold. I swear it's not as funny as you... Why, yes. You see, at its core, alchemy is the study of transmuting oneself... Oh no, I think that Mr. Lupine is looking for one of the more unfashionable genders. Unfashionable genders? This game is going an interesting route here. Haha. His throat tightened, and Harold squeaked out something so high and soft, only Holly could hear. I want to die. You can die next week. That's what you said. That's what you said last week. Lupine pouted and crossed his arms. Nah, give me something else. Something really interesting. Mr. Seance Guy. You haven't said much. Tell me your story. The quiet ones always make me curious. Nothing much to tell. Don't be modest, Ludicale. It would be rude to leave our Fey guest hungry. Though, maybe you're worried that he'd throw up your story? Lupine, are you saying you really haven't heard of Professor Ludicale and that whole scandal? I can't say that I have. He basically invented this whole imp craze. It was a mistake, sure. But you can't be that hard on a guy for not knowing all the consequences of your research from the start. I think they're lovely. Imps aren't a mistake. No one is mad at Ludicale for that. Imps are useful. We can get a good, long look at anyone's true self using them. And we can also tell when someone's being lying. And we need to prey upon the innocent people around them. Especially when they slip up and expose their true nature at an event with thousands in attendance. Ho-ho! And what was that? Silverware clattered. Oops.
Drop my damn spoon.
Language. As I was saying, everyone used to think really highly of Ludicale, but the city wised up quick when we all saw,
Oops.
a hand smacked into a bowl, overturning it.
Drop my fucking soup.
What the fuck, Faraday? Language! Faraday flashed Harold a smile. Harold could have kissed him. That was, if he hadn't felt suddenly very nauseous. Well then, the gentleman with the very pale hair. You must have some stories. I'm just asking for a little appetizer.
All right. So, one time we're up on the Lake of Frost. Coldest I've ever been. I felt like I had ice in my lungs. I had 3 blankets on, yet the frost still got through. The boat was pitching around in the waves, rocking like it was about to flip over. We would have died in that water. It was freezing.
Doing this voice hurts my throat.
But I still finished my research notes and I wrote a letter.
So, you did nothing?
It was an excellent letter.
I still have it. Novak skewered something on his fork. It is real cute. The way little guys like that get excited about travel. He goes on one boat, and now he's got a lifetime of naval experience.
It was one boat for multiple years. But go on.
Novak ignored his interjection. Now, me, he snorted, chewed twice, and swallowed. I got a whole fleet of ships to surrender. I read about that in the paper.
I bet the paper didn't tell you how he did it.
Vance barely raised the volume of her voice, but her stern tone carried. No politics at the table, sirs. No offense, but I think you all need to work on your storytelling. If we let them fight, it could make for a good story. Absolutely not. Okay, let me give you a good one. So I had this friend. She was in the worst relationship ever, basically. She had a controlling, overprotective father and only like one friend. Why is she describing me? The friend was basically a nobody. She figured if she married him, she could get out of the house. And maybe her big fancy family name might help him out. You know, get him up a few ranks in the military. Novak gave a cough. It sounded like the growl of some large beast. I don't think that story is suitable for dinner either. Lupine's eyes flitted from Deleuze to Novak and back. That's such a shame for your friend. If she needs someone to comfort her, I know just the guy. You little demon, you. Deleuze trailed a finger around the rim of her wine glass. Well, he wouldn't have to be extremely charming, would he? Oh, he is. Let's talk about something else. I agree. Vance stood up to dish the main course, a large roasted turkey, to all of the guests. At Vance's command, a small, razor-thin imp carved neat cuts off the carcass. Ho-ho! Why don't we have Debbie tell us about Faye? Vance kept her eyes firmly locked on her work. I may have been working from older source books, but it was a long time ago. Embellishment for the sake of the reader is normal, and an artist can find herself sorely limited by facts. Don't you worry. I don't care. I think it's funny. I can tell you've certainly increased the number of people who ask me if I've come from a cabbage field, and it's great to see the look on their face when I tell them, not I. I was born from the little dewdrops on a spider's web, and I carried a little mushroom as an umbrella. Is he a smurf? He's a smurf. I feel like I remember getting that kind of story read to me. They were real popular. But now, only kids and old ladies like that stuff. I did start them quite a long time ago. What do you write now? The carving imp went through a bow, and it gave out a little cry, and Harold flinched at the sound. You wouldn't understand how frustrating it is to be limited by what readers expect of you. Faraday had spent enough time procrastinating on his papers to feel sympathetic. Yeah, writing isn't that easy, but I'm sure you've learned a lot since your early work. I mean, at least your stories are probably better than that first one Belle wrote. That boat one is terrible, am I right? Tearing down one person's work to boost another reflects very poorly on your character. Miss Vance, you needn't worry so. Even Miss Bell says the first one isn't very good. The director and Bell are having to rewrite it completely for the stage show. Bell laughed good-naturedly and hit a palm down on the tabletop. Yes, it takes some time to find your feet. Vance, my darling, please do put a little special thanks credit into the foreword if you use my mushroom umbrella idea, okay? I don't mind if you use it, but I want proper credit. Vance looked to be at the end of her rope, embarrassment and annoyance plain on her severe features. I'll be sure to keep that in mind. The somewhat adversarial chatter continued until the guests were all sitting with plates that were empty and stomachs that very much weren't. Vance stacked the plates onto the rolling cart with the ivy cloth, and the serving imp wheeled it away. This has been more fun than I thought it would be, but if you will all follow me to the parlor, it is time for the main event. Ho ho! All right, we're gonna save here. Just make sure we keep our spot here. We're gonna save. Oh, this has been an interesting story. I'm very curious to know where this goes. Also, we've been able to stream now for 40 minutes without a crash. Please, streaming gods, let us keep going. The guests all settled back into the parlor. Belle took a slow, contemplative sip of her sherry. She looked over at Harold, smiling coolly. Harold's nerve had been shot all night, but Faraday could see him beginning to ease up. Harold had always been the sort of person to comply with what was desired of him. His ruin had been quite a shock to all, and he'd never come close to recovering. Nowadays, people wanted to conveniently forget that Ludicale existed. They wanted his unsightly little tale to be over. How do you appease the people around you when they'd all, politely, rather you did not exist anymore? There was a lurking, obvious answer. But tonight, there was another. Much more agreeable way to please the people around him. And a bit of the old Harold was in his eye again. The lecturer, whose pompous sense of self-worth was only outstripped by a genuine awe of those around him. A man with boundless energy for showcasing the things he loved. Sometimes it had been a bit much. It was hard to keep up with him. For Faraday, Harold's continued assertions in the importance of every little thing may have been fatiguing. Boundless energy, damn right, Wolf. But in those bygone days, Harold would look over at Faraday, and Faraday would remember that there was someone Harold adored most of all. Have you played this before, Wolf? I have no idea where the story's going, so if you've played this before, like, damn. Not at all? Great. Faraday took a sip of his untouched wine. I don't know if anybody's even heard of this dude. This thing had 1 follower on Twitch. It, honestly, low-key, great fucking story. I'm invested in this. We've got, like, good representation in it. Like, I'm digging this. Oh, you know what? We should look at the notes here. I'm sure we've got more notes on people that we haven't read yet. Published their first story under a pen name has been added. Nothing new for Goose. Married to Novak, ? Bad idea, Dia. Clarice Myers. Nothing new. Lupine Flowers. He, him, a fae. Friends with Canterbury. Eats stories. Deborah Vance. Belle's editor. Good publishing connections. Wrote some dusty old children's stories? Lieutenant Merrick Novak. He, him. Navy guy. Pushy. His imp can force you to do things, question mark. Married to Deleuze, question mark. Okay, that's all of our new updates. Do we have other notes that we can read? No new notes, okay. Good artwork. Yeah, the artwork's been great. Like, I've honestly really enjoyed for a free-to-play game on Steam, this has been really solid. Like, I know it's probably not the most attractive game in the world, being like just a click-based narrative, but like, dude, this has been great. Faraday took a sip of his untouched wine. It tasted like vinegar, but his cheeks felt warm, and he'd hoped the glass would hide them. He did his best to enjoy the memory. You can tell it's hand done. Yeah, this has been fantastic, and yeah, there's so much like effort put into this. This is so cool. And to not think about the years that came afterward. I brought Dr. Lucille here for a chance to speak to my good friend Canterbury. I have a lot I want to say to her, but I want to know one thing more than anything. Who killed her? I'm going to learn the murderer's name. Straight from the ghost of my friend herself. My goodness, Miss Bell. Such a gruesome thing to discuss. Wasn't she burned up? What a horrible way to die. This is the only way I'll be getting any valuable information or closure. I know the police in this city. Understandable conclusion. They never solved my father's murder either. I love that even in this game, fucking ACAB. Hell yeah. Not exactly competent. Bell nodded. Dr. Lucille, I give you the floor. Ludicille, I give you the floor. Thank you, Ms. Bell. Now, I will explain how. I must ask, isn't something like this dangerous? That makes me want to try it even more. If I'm nervous, can I hold your hand, Mr. Military Man? Hey there. Hold my hand. Myers shook her head and clasped her hands. I don't want to be haunted. Harold cleared his throat, and when he spoke, it was with the same warm tone he'd once used to reassure failing students. My dear, I assure you, every person in this room is under my protection. Faraday found it easy to slip back into the role of assistant professor. He could almost pretend that they were going to go back to their office afterwards. Believe me, it's completely safe. I'll need to have y'all hold hands. Everything was fine and back to normal. There he was, Dr. Harold Ludicille, alchemist and professor of demonology. The energy of summoning something like this needs at least 2 people to, dilute the strength. And then old Harry was spouting the most inane bullshit imaginable. Years catching up and descending into him like a collapsing roof. We need to focus our thoughts on people who have died. Ms. Bell, as anyone else who knew the victim, should try to think specifically of her. Once we've all linked hands, imagine Canterbury as vividly as possible. Harold stood up and put out his hands. Faraday took one, and, even if reluctantly, the whole party linked hands. Lupine gave Deleuze's hand an extra squeeze, and she laughed. Now, we will go around counterclockwise. I want you to each say her name, one at a time. I'll start. Gareth Canterbury. Gareth Canterbury. Gareth Canterbury. Gareth Canterbury. Gareth Canterbury. Gareth Canterbury. Oh. Ah! What happened? The light went out. Please don't let go of my hand. Who just bumped me? Who just bumped me? A cacophony of boots, heels, and shoes sounded against the floorboards. Get the hell off of me! You're the one clinging to my arm! One heavy set of feet seemed to stomp all about the room. Is this supposed to happen? No, I mean, yes. Yes, of course. This is all part of the process. Remain well, if you're letting it all go, I'll get a candle. Please don't. I've got you, Harry. There was more fumbling, the sound of shifting footsteps, someone bumping against the furniture, and finally, flick of a light. The dim orange flame waved for a moment, suspended above Lupine's extended pinky. He made his way back over to the light switch and switched it on. Both Harold and Novak were clinging to Faraday. He shrugged them off. Deleuze had a suspicious grin on her face. Vance was hyperventilating with panic, and Lupine quickly moved in to help her to a chair. Goose stood exactly where they'd been before, face characteristically blank. They adjusted their hat. Myers was laughing to herself. Harold suspected that it was more nervous than she'd let on. Despite everything happening, Harold and Faraday were still in the same position, holding hands. In what could no longer be called a circle, the guests looked around, all of them disoriented. Is everything okay? Well, actually, I hate to be a bother, but we have to finish performing this ritual or else Oh no! The demon shark tooth is gone! What? Most of the guests circled over around the curio case, leaving Harold and Faraday still standing with their hands clasped. Good heavens! Mr. Ludicel, didn't you say this place was sealed? It is. And I really have to insist that we finish I can't believe it! Such amazing luck! There had been a trace of tiredness about Belle for most of the evening, but now she seemed invigorated, the picture of health. Look, what the hell are you talking about? Ho ho ho! So lacking in imagination. Belle is a mystery writer, and now she has a mystery. She has herself a mystery. I need to take my contacts out here. My eyes are starting to go. I have got to get my notes. With this building completely sealed up, we can solve this little crime right here, right now. This should be fun. But what about you finish up? I'll be right back. I haven't felt this wonderful for weeks. Belle moved out of the room, muttering excitedly to herself. Actually, I'm not feeling so great. I need a minute to freshen up. I should do a check around. What if someone's hiding out somewhere? Can't solve the mystery if we don't have all the clues. There's a criminal on the loose. No way you're going around this place without someone to protect you. Oh, how horrifying. Someone might take something from my curio cabinet. I think she wants someone to discover her curio cabinet, if you know what I mean. Oh God, Novak, deal! They're definitely gonna go bang in the office. Like they're gonna go bang. That's what they're going to do right now. They're gonna be off banging. This is no way to commune with the voices of the dead. I'm trying to get someone else's attention. We're running out of time to find the killer. Oh, finally, someone is listening to me. The clues, we must find them. He said Dea, not deal. They're banging. That's all I know. All I know is they're banging right now. Like they went off to go bang. Like they're either married or they have an affair. Something. They're off banging. That's all we know. Please retrieve Belle before we lose the mental residence to. What if that person who left the threat did get in? I need to warn Belle. She hustled out of the room. Harold peered over towards Myers, who was peering toward the door. They're looking for the clues alone in a locked soundproof. Oh, they're finding clues, all right. Just, not about the room. Please, Miss Myers. We can finish this much faster with just a few more people in the chain. I'm so sorry. But if she's gone to get them, I really, really want to see Miss Belle's notes. I'll be right back. I promise. Clues to something, if you know what I'm saying. Hey! The clitoris is really hard to find sometimes for people, so, some people need all the clues they can get. Novak kind of strikes me as a guy who may not know where it's at, so needs some clue and some fact-finding missions to, discover it. I never want to see a ghost anyway. It's a scavenger hunt for Novak. Oh, God. Harold looked around.
Well, I'm certainly impressed.
Is anyone else?
Who's there?
Lupine hopped from behind a chair. Gotcha.
And there he goes too.
Faraday gave a long sigh. He looked at the empty room and then at Harold's hands.
On the bright side, I don't think they're gonna notice you can't summon ghosts.
I brought 3 stray imps from home. Had a whole light show prepared. I'd almost finished unsealing their vessel. It was going to look astounding. But now, let's just reinforce the seal and be done with it.
Man, it's really just sealing and unsealing with you, isn't it?
It'll quench you.
It is.
Nothing's quench here.
I got you on the hydrate, Wolf. Thank you.
Okay, I think you've had enough.
My voice is gonna be gone
Who
tomorrow.
lit Tough on fire?
This is so worth it, though. This has been fucking great. What else am I good for? That cheery little line killed the conversation dead. The pair slowly finished their work.
I sort of forgot how stressful it was to be around so many people.
Yes, I am a bit out of practice as well.
We'll get through the night. And at least we know neither of us stole the thing.
I suppose that's true.
Of course it is. You haven't let go of my hand since you took it.
Yo. Oh. I thought that said 11,000 bits, and I was about to say, Wolf, what the fuck? 65 bits, thank you. 11K cheer from month. That's fucking ridiculous, though, Wolf. Like, goddamn. That is a ridiculous amount of bits. Jesus. Thank you. Fuck, dude. You haven't let go of my hand since you took it. You know, maybe having invited a thief to their party will make me look better. It was Faraday that stole it? I think it was too. You know, by comparison.
Oof, Harry. You are really depressing sometimes.
If I'm so depressing, why don't you walk away with the others?
Well, I would, but if leaving you once caused so much fuss, then
Oh shit. Oh no. What's up, Wolf? A scream rang out. Oh god. What now? W Wolf. W Wolf. Alright, let's see who got fucking killed here. As they stepped from the parlor, Faraday and Harold could smell a putrid, singed odor. I'll get about 110 of that, yeah. Thank you, Wolf. Seriously, that's fucking ridiculous. There was more than one scream, and they were able to follow the sound down the hall. They followed it further, descending to the boiler room. As the guests gathered at the source of the noise, they were all confronted by an inconsolable Vance. In the boiler room, the once stern woman was doubled over, next to a charred body laying in the furnace. Oh my god. Are we sure someone died? Could have been Novak finding the clues? I don't know if he would have been successful enough to, although, you know, if he followed the clues wrong enough, could have produced a scream. It probably would have been more like, ah, no, not that one. But, you know, you figure it out. Clarice burst straight into tears, and Holly found himself compelled to move over to touch her arm gently, and he turned them both to look away from the gruesome scene. Oh, I'm gonna slide myself like over towards the mic a little more. I'm using, so my brother-in-law's a musician, and I'm using like an actual mic stand for this to like keep it off of the desk. But it's harder to like move stuff around. So, although bringing my whole PC with me to my sister's house has worked pretty good. Like, sure, we've had some crashes tonight, but like honestly, this has gone a lot smoother. So it's definitely my laptop is the problem. Duluth held her nose, jaw set in a tight grimace. Goose offered her their handkerchief, and she accepted it with a grim nod, holding it to her face. Faraday shot Lupine a nervous look. But it seemed that this twist in the plot was not to his taste. Novak looked towards Duluth. Harold alone continued to stare at the body. From far away, it simply looked like an unidentifiable charred corpse. But up close, Harold could recognize the musculature of a likely feminine form. Large drops of metal that were once buttons, arranged along the torso in a V shape. Didn't even notice you weren't at home. That speaks volumes to the fact that I'm not at my house. I'm at my sister's house. I'm house and dog sitting for the weekend here, and so I'm in my brother-in-law's office here. So that's why the lighting's a little bit interesting. I brought my panel light with me instead of just my ring light, but then I left the remote for the panel light at my house, and there's no way to control the panel light to not just be like maximum brightness without the remote, which I didn't realize that until I got here with the remote. So panel light's a fill light, and then I have the ring light as like my main key light, I guess. Lighting's fun. And the silhouette of a brow and nose he'd seen so often in the papers. There was just enough left of her to identify. Their host, Bernadette Bell, was dead. Did anyone see who did this? No. Just heard the scream. Holy shit. Clarice wailed and clung onto Holly. Why would anyone do something like this? Usually, someone with something to gain. Or people who do it for money. Lieutenant Novak flicked his gaze towards Goose, who had walked over next to the Fae, leaning down to whisper. They looked up and stood to full height, looming over the rest of the guests. It wasn't hard to imagine this tower of a person picking poor Belle up and shoving her into the furnace. Yeah, it's pretty obvious. Marek is in the military. Killing people for money isn't beyond him. Dia. Oh yeah, it does look like deal when there's an exclamation point, doesn't it? So Dax, I'm saving for a new car, and then I'm going to go on vacation. I need stuff to do outside of Texas because I'm bored and crave adrenaline. Where should I go and what should I do? Well, first off, what kind of new car? I'm a big car guy, so like, what kind of new car are you saving for? I'm curious. Want to go on vacation, need stuff to do outside of Texas. How? Are you willing to fly somewhere? I mean, I guess I would need some context there. Bored and crave adrenaline. Where should I go? What kind of stuff are you into? I guess, like, what? If you enjoy the city, I loved New York when I was there. It was a 2009 Dodge Dakota. Hell yeah. I loved New York when I was there. New York's amazing. I had a ton of fun when I was there. I've never been to LA. I really want to go check out LA. I don't know. I've been kind of just like touring cities and stuff. I have a lot of friends that I've met through the internet that are like live in different cities. I really love the outdoors, hiking and like snowboarding and skiing. So like you could wait for the winter and go to like Colorado would be a lot of fun. Hiking in Colorado in the summer is actually really fun too. My other sister, her brother-in-law's family, or not her, my other sister's husband, my other brother-in-law, his family has a cabin in Silverthorne, Colorado, and I remember spending a week there with my family back in like 2021, I think it was. My dad and I hiked a bunch of the different mountains around there. We hiked several 13ers and then a couple of 14ers. The hikes were beautiful. It was amazing there. Team Sagaku, I can't remember his username in here. Jared, my friend Jared, Team Sagaku in chat. He just moved to the Denver area, so he's there now. I need to make my way back to Colorado because Jared and I have never met in person. We've just known each other for like 3 years through Twitter, funnily enough. Flyer Drive, don't really know. Don't go to the city much, but the closest to me is Houston, so it makes sense. Okay. I don't know. I'm going to South Carolina in the end of September, and I'll have like a day to check out Charlotte because I'm flying in out of North Carolina. I've never been to the Carolinas, so that'll be interesting. Doing a photography trip. I don't know. I guess it depends on what you're looking for. You know, like there's plenty of places I want to explore, but like they're down to like I want to see the people that are there. But I don't know. I'd say just I don't know. I'm struggling to give a good answer. I feel like. I guess what do you like doing? I don't know much about you. So, like, what do you enjoy doing? I enjoy like good beer, good food. So like for me, when I'm exploring a new city, I try to like check out new restaurants, check out events. I mean, maybe that's something. Find an event you really want to go to. Maybe like TwitchCon's coming up end of September. You could go to TwitchCon. I thought about going, but now I'm going to be in South Carolina the same weekend, so I won't be able to go either way. But you could go to TwitchCon, would be really cool. That's coming up. I'm sure that'd be really interesting. I've never been. I don't know. Let me think on that. I'll get back to you. I will think on that though. I've got a really long list of like bucket item places I really want to travel to. I have to share that with you guys. But I'll have a think on that. But I don't know. I've been trying to do like little adventures. So like natural sites that I can go hiking to. I've been going paddleboarding the last couple of weekends. I'm gonna go again tomorrow, so that'll be fun. I like good food, hiking, stargazing. Also like making food. I'm a cook, so duh, I guess. That makes sense. I mean, the one thing that I really want to try to do, which I don't know how relevant this would be in terms of like how your level of cooking. I want to take like a cooking class. There's like a really nice bakery that's next to me that has like cooking classes. They do like, you know, all kinds of different cooking classes. So I don't know what your level of skill is when it comes to cooking. If you're like a Michelin star chef, but could do something like that if you were interested in that. But then maybe that'll feel too much like work. God, see, I feel like I'm the wrong person to ask. I have taken exactly 2 vacations in my adult life that were not family trips. One was to fly to San Francisco to visit a friend when he was living down there, and then one was when I went to New York City for a friend's birthday. So I feel like I don't have like great suggestions of vacations. You can go to Banff if you're looking to go out of the country. Banff is fucking beautiful. I have some friends that were just in Banff. I really want to go to Banff. The stargazing up there would be amazing. The nature is incredible. I think it's, what is the name of the lake up there? There's a lake up there that's like super famous, but Banff is incredible. You might even hit some snow already this time of year. I don't know how much I'm going to spend. A coworker of mine is going to Iceland next week. I cook for a living, started culinary school in January. My last year of high school, I took over as the student lead chef and cooked all the food for every event and was hardly in class. Well, that sounds like fun, though. I mean, I really enjoy cooking. I want to keep getting better at it. If you can believe it, I've never baked anything in my life. Baking's always intimidated me. One of the ideas I have for like content that I want to do is a cooking show on YouTube. When I got COVID, the one time I had it, I was at my now ex's apartment, and we just holed up and we watched cooking shows for an entire day. So if you guys know who Julian Solomita is, just another streamer here on Twitch, really great content creator. He has a cooking show called Aries Kitchen, and we literally sat and binged watched like every Aries Kitchen episode that existed, and we had such a fun time. And I was like, it'd be great. Like, I enjoy cooking and I enjoy entertaining, and I think it'd be really fun to try to like combo the two and just like do my own little like video series and just put it on YouTube, though not stream it, just do it on YouTube, and do like YouTube videos of like a cooking show. And I even came up with like a name for it. I called it the DNR Kitchen, the Do Not Resuscitate Kitchen, because like, haha, I'm bad at cooking, don't resuscitate, don't eat this, like that kind of idea. I've never filmed any episodes for that, but that's an idea. Like, if I want to do more YouTube stuff, that's high on my list of something I want to do. I think in one day I made 100 full-size sheet pans from scratch by yourself. That's insane. That's so much. That's crazy. I think my first episode, if I do start filming it, will be making cookies from scratch, and that's gonna be the episode. And knowing me, it's gonna go hilariously poorly. So we'll see. But I'll have a think on where you should go. Let me think on that. I'll definitely have a think. Stargazing's awesome. I mean, if you did go to BAMP, that would probably be solid for that too. And I feel like getting to BAMP isn't the most expensive thing in the world. So like, I say that without having looked at flights at all. But if you book it out far enough, probably not too bad. There is a hitman right here. There is no bounty on this lady. Trust me. Vance rose to her feet, pointing an accusing finger at the rest of them. I made and served enough food for every teacher and staff in a 6A high school, so I'm kind of good, I guess. That's like, what, 800 to 1,000 students in total? Yeah? Ballpark? I'm assuming in Texas a 6A is similar-ish to what a 6A was in Oregon. I was at a 4A, but I feel like we punched above our weight in that. We had like 380, 400 students, I think, at my high school in total. My graduating class was like 150, I think. I'm trying to remember back, like, God, 12 years now, but 6A is more than 22. Jesus! Everything is bigger in Texas. More than 24. Okay, what was it like going to a high school like that? Because I feel like I going to like a high school that had like, 400-ish people, I knew pretty much everybody that was at my high school. Even if I didn't know their name, I've seen them a million times and I like knew what they looked like and knew of them. But like I'm sure a school like that is more like how, shows and movies describe high school, where you actually have like the popular cliques and stuff. I'm sure that'd be a wild experience. Terrible, huh? Yeah. I always had, like, as a kid, I always fantasized about, like, going to a different high school and, like, having to start over, but at, like, a really big high school. And I just don't know, like, where I'd start with something like that, I think it helped that I did sports and was decently good at them, so, like, maybe that would help me, but I'm not a jock type, though, so it's, like, I don't know. Halls were always cramped. You had 30 minutes for lunch, and you were waiting in line for food for 26 to 28 minutes if you were the first there. There wasn't seating at all. Did they have, like, staggered lunches, I'm guessing, then? Because, like, there's no way you're obviously seating that many people in, like, a single cafeteria. I'm assuming people had, like, staggered lunches. All classes had 30-plus students per period. Yeah, that'd be wild. Just a wild amount of people. 3 lunches, yeah. That would suck if you're like, I never get hungry till like I typically eat lunch like 1 to 2 p.m. If you had to like, and I get up at like 6:30 in the morning, and so like if you had to have lunch at like 11 a.m., you're like, fuck me, I'm not hungry. Just have breakfast that day, I guess. I'm both like sad and thankful that I went to a small school, but I had culinary for my lunch period, so I just gotta make food. Hey, there you go. That worked out great. That worked out fantastic. I took a home ec class in high school, and there was one day we did learn how to make Belgian waffles, or just like Belgian waffle mix to use in like a waffle iron. And my dad has always been like a huge Belgian waffle fan, so like I knew how to make waffles from a very young. That's like the one thing I can make really, really well. And so I've always been good at making waffles. So like my group, we easily got the A that day. So we just sat there and made just a shit ton of waffles. It was great. It's like one of my favorite memories from high school. Alright, I'm gonna lock in here. I have no idea how long this story is, by the way. No clue. Vance rose to her feet, pointing an accusing finger at the rest of them. I've had it! One of you did this! Vance dissolved into tears. Shouldn't we call the police? Harold pinched the bridge of his nose. They can't get in until sunrise. The house is still sealed. Can't you just unseal it? Not this one. I am much better at sealing things up than letting them out. I think your rituals did this to her. That's not how it works.
Jeez, lady, do you think that Harry here can spontaneously combust people from 2 rooms away? If he had that kind of ability, he sure as lightning wouldn't be getting treated with this much disrespect.
Settle down, Holly. She's just upset. It's normal to be irrational. I've had a few dishes made recently on my Instagram. Started posting them since I'm starting my chef journey to share with people I had in culinary, since I'm probably going to be the only one to keep cooking on. Nice! You'll have to drop some of them in the Discord in the pics and vids area. I'd love to see what you're making. Also, like, if you have good recipes, let me know. Let me know. I'm definitely down to always try a new recipe. Settle down, Holly. She's just upset. It's normal to be irrational. Ooh, Harold. Harold, my guy. Never tell a woman they're being irrational. Oh, rookie mistake, my guy. What did I just say? Irrational? How dare you? I told you. As sketchy as he is in his personal life, jumping to conclusions doesn't help anyone. Tell him, Duluth. Tell him. There's something else going on here. Of course you feel safe. You've got all the strong men wrapped around your finger. Excuse me? Not a good man. Not a man. Hell yeah, Goose, tell him. Yes, we're all very aware that one of them's your husband, and you've been flirting with the other all night. Maybe we can question you all and check for evidence. Then we can figure this out. I don't want to be locked in here with a murderer. Have no fear, little miss. I'm more than happy to stand guard until morning for you. Look who's flirting now, and next to a dead body. I'm appalled by that accusation. Protecting a lady isn't flirting. It's just the right thing to do. And parties are supposed to have flirting. You're not wrong. Not wrong. Parties and flirting are hand in glove. If anything is inappropriate here, it's the murder. Obviously. Ugh. Maybe we should be in separate rooms. Not that I'm worried. I could fight off anyone, any one of you. Really helping your case over there. Please, give us some space to examine the body. Don't touch her. I don't think we can with the whole thing crumbling into a pile of ashes. There you go when you get time. Okay, I'll have to check it out. Thank you. Thanks for dropping that. I'll check it out after stream. Faraday knew, before the words even left his mouth, that it was precisely the wrong thing to say. With a mighty sob, Vance pushed past the rest of the group and rushed up the stairs. Harold decided to take control of the situation. Listen up. We will all stay the night right here in this room. I will go and get Miss Vance, and then we will wait in here until morning. Not a soul touches the crime scene. There is likely only one killer, and against all of us, surely logic and a communal thirst for justice will win out. I'm interested in who's the killer. All right, we need some early predictions. Who do you think is the killer? Who do you think is the killer? I'm trying to remember where people went. Everybody just kind of left. So, Lupine is the Fae. Could be causing trouble for the hell of it. I forgot what her name is. It starts with an M. Mary? Maddie? Something like that. She's like she's working with, like, she's the lead actress, though, in like an adaptation of one of her stories. She is like a mega fan, but she's gonna be the lead actress. So, like, I don't think it's her. That doesn't seem right. You think it's the Fey Wolf? It could be. It very well could be the Fae. Yeah, no. Novak, I feel like they want us to think it's Novak, but I don't think it is. I don't think it's Goose. I think Ghost is such a red herring for this right now. I don't see a reason for Duluth, like, I don't see a motive yet. Whoever it is killed Canterbury, because Canterbury was killed in the same way, was burned alive. They said that. So whoever it is has killed both of them. But why? That are Duluth, yeah, the short pink hair. I want to finger Duluth right now as well and say that it's her, but I don't know. I don't have a motive, you know? I don't have a motive for it I'm holding myself up in a room until morning. I'm seriously gonna lose it if I have to spend one more minute in this smell. Or in this company. She left. Quickly followed by a protesting Novak. Harold's second attempt to keep the guests together was equally as successful as the first. Soon, only he and Faraday remained. That might be the reason on its own this murder was to throw people off a trail. Yeah, it very well could be. Perhaps they have the right idea. Let's see if this house has a wine cellar. Nice, good move, Harold. I'm not going to get paid for tonight. So let's use this opportunity to be astonishingly expensive drunks. Hell yeah, Harold.
Harry, it's up to you to figure this out. You saw that. We can't trust any of them. Only you and I were in the parlor when the murder happened. Any of the rest of them could have done it.
Holly, I am running on empty. I cannot emotionally handle any more. So if you want me to keep going, I need a good reason. Any reason, so long as it's good. Faraday glared at him.
Belle was a good person, even when the other guests were awful to you. She was always nice. She didn't hire you for a parlor trick. She trusted you with the memory of her friend. She might be the only person left in this city who actually respected you. Are you gonna hide like a big baby? Because you don't want to get your feelings hurt? Or are you going to act like the decent man I know is still in there somewhere?
God, his voice hurts my throat. They were in the parlor when the body was found. Could have been killed before then. Definitely could have been. Definitely could have been. You got a good point there. For Belle.
There we go. I knew you weren't a complete piece of garbage.
Just mostly.
Just a significant percentage.
The pair approached the furnace solemnly and crouched down to look carefully at what clues they could find. What is that thing? Is that a pile of soot? Why is it so far away from the furnace? Harold knelt down to get a closer look, reaching out to touch it. Ow! He recoiled, fingers stinging.
Was it sharp? Harry, are you listening to me?
I can't stop working even if I'm dead. I have so much to do. Oh, okay, we actually get to choose a branch here now. It's not just a story for us now. I can't stop working even if I'm dead. I have so much to do. I work too hard for this all to be for nothing. Is this like the demon that was inside of Belle? Interesting. I think we go with I work too hard for this all to be for nothing. Hand me that notebook. I feel like I have to write. Right now. Faraday handed him the notebook, and Harold immediately set to scribbling.
What are you doing?
Harold's right hand continued to write, but his left jerked the book out of his hand. He put a hand onto his temple. Oh, thank you for that. He shook his head, clearing it out.
Are you all right?
Yes, I'm fine.
Was that a stray imp?
Half right. I believe that was Belle's imp. Yes, I called it. I should have recognized it. Creative imps usually do have a spike or spines of some kind. They push their users to keep working. Different people are motivated by different things. Some people write out of a fierce desire to change the world. Some draft out of spite, which always ends up poisoning the user. But it looks like Belle's sense of self-worth was tied to her writing. An imp with this many spines was likely stinging her constantly, encouraging her to write. Something like that would be pretty useful. Oh, wrong voice.
Something like that would be pretty useful for getting research papers done.
God damn it, Faraday. It really is the worst sort of imp to have. But just like any imp, if it got bigger, he let the pause linger. Faraday swallowed.
I'll go get it then. We'll seal it back up at home. Put it with the other strays.
Faraday tried to locate it, but it was already gone. How? It got away. Well, someone else's headache now. Damn. Every artist is a tortured artist, you know? Oh, there is stuff, other stuff that we can click and interact with stuff. Is this the dinner cot? Why would it be down here?
Something's different about it. It doesn't have food on it. Everything looks better when it has food on it.
Oh, everything looks better when it has food on it. You have one more achievement left, Glitchby? Which one's that? Faraday.
Do you think I'd look better if I wore a fruit hat?
What?
Nothing. Just a thought.
Well, we've already searched that. Okay. It's just a small piece of fabric, but it doesn't match anything Belle was wearing. Unlock all outfits for the tailor. Ooh, there you go.
I guess if we can find where it came from, we might know more.
White cloth, huh? Okay. Is there anything else we can interact with here? I don't think so. Oh, we can interact with the body. Okay. There's a lump of metal here.
Ooh, I think I know what that is. You remember that key in her sleeve? The one for her office.
Oh, the one for her office. Yes. When I look closely, I think I can see a little of the shape left.
Barely.
But it's enough to tell for certain that it is her office key. When we're done here, we should check up in her office. Faraday stood back as Harold inspected the body.
Are we sure that it's Belle? Maybe it's a different body? Or fake or something?
Decency forbids I give any details, but I can confirm that this corpse is, without question, Ms. Bernadette Bell. By the way, when I say I have one left, I'm not counting the achievement for getting all other achievements. You have 2 left, then Glitch Me. You got 2 left.
Decency? This is a murder investigation. Get in there and really look.
Harold glared at Faraday. Would you care to do the honors then? Faraday stepped forward, but the lingering smell of burning hair was too much for him.
I can't.
It would be better, emotionally, if she'd been charred beyond recognition. But yes, I can still tell that it's her. He went pale. Finally, turned away from the grisly sight. Do you understand? Our combined skill set is not the same as an investigator or consulting detective. We can still observe and deduce, but we'll have to do so without the post-mortem.
Couldn't we at least move her out of there?
We can't. She would. Harold felt his shoulders tense and his gut seize up. He clenched his teeth and waited for the anger to abate. Then he continued. We cannot move her. She would fall apart if we attempted to. Faraday gave the ground a helpless kick. All we can do is keep the furnace off and hope that the authorities can find something we can't.
You know, this is the same way Canterbury died. There is no way this isn't related.
It is highly suspicious, but it could merely be a coincidence.
Harold, come on, man, it's the same thing. It's not a coincidence.
Faraday raised his eyebrows at Harold. Or maybe it is somewhat likely, it's very likely, that the 2 friends who both worked at the same place and were killed in the same manner have the same killer.
Wow, brilliant. What a bold claim. You really aren't a detective, are you?
Harold walked off to examine something else. I think that's everything of relevance.
Yeah, I can't find anything else either. Let's lay out what makes sense. It would make the most sense if the murderer knew the layout of the house, because they would need to know about the boiler room.
It's hard to tell who might have been here before us, for sure.
No! Heretic! What the heck? What are you doing over there? What are you doing? Holy! Thank you for the gift sub.
subs. Holy shit. Thank you for the 5 gifted. God damn. Congrats, everybody who just received a gifted sub. Oh, damn. Whoa, what are you doing? What are you doing? You're gonna run Twitch out of bits at this rate, man. What the hell? Good morning, vibes. I wish I could hear. I can see the on-screen celebration. I wish I could hear the alerts. I can't right now. I see them happening, but I can't hear them. God, my stupid phone. Hype train? Do we have a hype train going? I can't see it anywhere. So, oh yeah, we do. Holy shit, level 3. God damn. Thank you guys. Damn. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate the gift subs. And there we go, everybody. Also, for those of you that weren't here, whoa, okay,
Get down!
Welcome in, everybody. How was your stream? What were we up to, GCTV? GC? I'm gonna call you GC. I don't know. G? What's up? I'm back. Oh my god. Am I back? Refresh, everybody. Why is that completely disconnecting me? That's completely disconnecting me. Why is it doing that, dude? We're back. Okay. Dude, we went for like an hour and a half that time. Why is it crashing so much? What the hell is with this tonight, man? That's like the 5th crash we've had. Music and game's a little loud? Okay, I got you. Yeah, it's because it keeps resetting itself every time we do this. And we're back. Yeah, the game keeps resetting itself for some reason. So apparently, OBS is not. All right, are we back again? Okay. GC, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you for the lurk and for the raid and everything. I don't know why we keep having crashes tonight. Like, literally, it's so just because I'm house sitting at a different place, like it's the same PC. Like, it should all be fine. I don't know why that's crashing so much. Like, okay. Are we back? Dude. What the freaking hell is going on tonight, man? We went for like an hour and 40 minutes or something earlier, and then it crashed, and then we had another like hour 40 and we were fine, and now it's crashing again, dude. What the hell? Everything's just, yeah, everything keeps crashing. I don't know. I just relaunched OBS in safe mode this time. Like, it auto launches as admin, so like it always runs as admin, which is like one of the main things you do to like fix crashes. There's no update. I'm so lost as to why we're having so many issues tonight. Like, yeah, the only major thing that's different about the setup is the internet. That's the only thing that's different, and it's the upload speed that's different, which that should not cause OBS to have this many crashes. Like, I'm so confused. Y'all broke the stream. There's so many bits, so many subs, so many raids. Just you guys broke it. You broke the internet. It's probably a ghost. Honestly, might be. So, let me try and catch everybody up with what's happening before we crash again. This is a game that is free to play on Steam. I scoured the Steam free to play the other week, and I was like finding games I thought would be fun. This one is called, I don't even want to like try looking it differently because like I'm not going to click on anything in the game because it's just break again on me.
Nothing's quite as here.
Oh, there we go. Thanks, Stream Elements. Well timed.
Okay,
We're streaming the case of the Serialized Killer.
Who lit Toph on fire?
It is a murder mystery click-based narrative game, and it has been fucking interesting. I got you, Ty. Thank you for the hydrate. It has been very, very interesting. So, to catch everybody up on the story here, spoilers if you want to play it, it is free to play, like I said. We are a demonologist person that can summon these little demon guys called imps, basically. It's like little demon souls that sit inside of your body, I guess. Your inner demon kind of personified, right? So we got invited to this dinner party kind of idea by this woman, Belle. She was there because we were supposed to help summon the ghost of her dead friend who had been murdered. We have just discovered, there's a cast of characters that you'll meet that I'm doing voices for, so that's why my voice seems a little bit funky, but I'm doing voices for all of them. We have just discovered Belle murdered in her own boiler room in the same manner that her friend died in. So, that's where we're at. Hopefully stream doesn't fucking crash again. And we'll keep going. Good lord. I don't know if it's the game, I don't know what it is, but everything's crashing. Please, as I click on the game, don't crash again. I'm literally just watching myself to see if it freezes. Okay, we're back in the game. Hopefully shit doesn't crash. I'm gonna have to figure this out because we're gonna be streaming again tomorrow from the same place here. So hopefully it's just like a weird fucking bug. I don't know. There's nothing that would cause this to do this. I have no idea. So, breathe. Breathing. You know what I may do really quick, guys? And unfortunately, I can't leave you with music. I'm gonna go and take my contacts out because my eyes are killing me, and I'm gonna refill my water and stuff. So give me like 2 minutes, and I'll be right back, and we'll continue with our adventure here. But yeah, I definitely need some more water and stuff because my voice is gonna go fast, so I don't have something to drink. So give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back, and we'll keep going with this. Thank you, everybody. Again, seriously, thank you for the gift subs. If you guys got a gift sub from Heretic, say thank you in chat. Wolf, Bits, what the fuck, man? So goddamn many. GC, thank you for the raid. I think you had a raid and run, but thank you so much for trusting with your community. I really appreciate it. And raiders, welcome. I hope you guys stick around. This has been really, really interesting. So, I will be right. Have more. Wolf, what are you doing? We'll be right back.
I have more.
Okay. Let us continue our game here. It's not even a game at this point. We're just like on a fucking ride together here with our story. I'm so invested in this. I have no idea. I have no idea how long it is. Like, God, we could be here till like 4 a.m. I have no clue how long this is. I just kind of full scented on this. For like, again, this game is free to play. This is free. Free! This is crazy. This is a huge level of like storytelling, narrative intrigue, all this for free. This is crazy, dude. Freaking gem out of the Steam free to play section, dude. This is crazy. Okay. Don't crash as I start playing the game again, please, OBS. I'm begging you. Hopefully now it's in safe mode, maybe it just doesn't crash. Because I don't actually need like other stuff to be working as much, so it's fine, but yeah, hopefully it doesn't. Okay. We don't know who had been here before us, or who might have arrived early, or snuck away to get a good look at the house. Looking at this fabric again. Look at this fabric again. Faraday held the small piece of burned, ivy-colored fabric. I feel like I recognize it. You should. We saw it at dinner. What's that, Dax? Send 50k bits and crash stream again? You better not send me 50,000 bits. That'd be fucking insane. That'd be, I mean, it probably would crash stream, let's be real. It would crash stream. It absolutely would. It just straight up would. We should. You saw it. We saw it at dinner. It was the cloth that was on the old dinner cart. I remembered because I thought it was tastefully in season. There's been a movement towards more plant decoration lately. Very in vogue. What does that even mean? It doesn't matter. What does matter is the cloth is burned up. Which means someone chose to burn it. Why would they do that? I would have to assume that that person who burned it is also who burned Belle. So it might have had evidence on it.
That makes sense.
Well, let's get moving. We won't solve anything sitting around here. Faraday held up the notebook and gave it a little wiggle.
I'll start a to-do list.
Harold raised an eyebrow. It's blank.
Well, I won't know what we're doing until we ask around first.
Why doesn't asking around count as something to do? If I have to be awake to do it, it counts as doing something. God, if that's not me, if I have to be awake to do it, it counts as doing something? Dude, that's me.
Quit complaining and pick a room.
It's absolutely me. All right, it was Colonel Mustard with the tiara in the dining room. All right, we have new rooms to explore. We have the music room, the dining room, and the parlor. Theoretically, we'd hit the music room first, so let's go to the music room. It was Scarlet with the trophy in the kitchen. They found Duluce in a music room. At the north wall was a massive pipe organ. Dude, like the way they've got... I'm gonna have to look up whoever created this game and like follow them on Twitter or something because like fuck, dude, this is great. All the music, the hand-drawn art stuff, like this is great. Character design, story writing, like god damn, they fucking cooked with this game. This is great. At the north wall was a massive pipe organ.
Go away. I'm looking for snacks.
Why in here? The hand art is lovely. Yeah, this is really cool. Do you think that you're in... I know where I am. I'm in a room with a massive pipe organ. Hey, I got a better look around than either of you did. Bet you didn't even know there was a music room in here, let alone a massive pipe organ. Okay, pipe organ has to be a euphemism, right? No, I suppose not.
Just answer a few questions for us, please.
Where were you when Belle was murdered? How did you get in here? Did you see anything suspicious? Let's try someone else. Did you let's play this slow. Did you see anything suspicious? We're not gonna say that we suspect her. Did you see anything suspicious? If it's oh so massive, wouldn't that be the first thing they see when walking in? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe they got distracted. I don't know. I did hear something when the lights went out. A lot of people were moving when they started panicking. But Goose never moved and opened the case. I could hear the whole thing. Kind of deflecty just saying. Can you be sure of that? Goose was standing next to Myers and me during the seance. I heard Myers say that someone let go of her hand, and I could tell when Goose let go of my hand. I know that because I am me. Well, no shit. So, Goose was on the loose. Oh, God. Then again, someone with a heavy step ran over to the back of the room, and the cabinet door opened. Goose has a really heavy step. Big folks like that usually do. Merrick has a heavy step too, but he's got those awful metal custom shoes. You got the achievement for godhood? Hell yeah, Glitch BW, man. That's sick. Hell yeah, nice work. He's got those awful metal custom shoes, so he sounds different when he walks. I guess Duluce being blind would have like a really good sense of like noise. 100% in Cold Lamb. Dude, that's fucking insane. Hell yeah. That's ridiculous. Duluce shrugged.
You could hear all that even with the commotion the others were making? If there's shenanigans going on, you couldn't tear me away.
I love Duluce. I'm back on board. I'm back on board. I'm a fan again. Oh, we could try all these. Okay. How did you get in here?
I don't think this door was open while we were sealing the manor.
Oh, wrong voice. I don't think this door was open while we were sealing the manor.
And there's no windows or other exits.
Locks aren't usually a problem for me.
That makes you a bit suspicious in my book.
Look, Belle was promising to put my ship design into her next book. It was even going to be the setting for a whole story. I had the opposite of a motive, but it would have been a story about a murder. Or she's placing blame because it was her? I think so.
Who would want to buy a boat that had a murder on it?
Okay, Faraday, I'm gonna need you to just, like, not be so autistic coded for just a moment, please. Fictional murders are classy and fun. People aren't usually bothered about the context. Just hearing the name would get them interested. Exactly, you're catching on, Ludicale. I would have a design featuring heavily on the mystery. It would even have sold even more than I already do. People would come for tours. Her being dead is bad for business, simple as that. And you know, she was kinda a nice person. If you suspect anyone, look into my human barnacle, Merrick. He always likes to screw things up for people. And if it's me who's involved, even more so. Screw things up? Yeah, he sabotaged business deals of mine before. This project with Belle would have meant maybe even getting international attention. He would be furious if I got more opportunities. I'm already out of his league and he's only getting farther behind. So it's not a shock that he would try to cheat to catch up. You think he would really take it this far? Absolutely. I won't lie and say that I would be disappointed to hear that it was his doing. Okay. Definitely screwing something. Hey! Where were you when Belle was murdered? Seems like you could solve this easily by just summoning her ghost and asking her. Actually, funny story about that. Ah, so that's the whole seance thing was a heavy load. You have to give it to them. It sounded pretty convincing. I can't wait to tell people you're a total fraud. Harold balked and prepared to apologize. Faraday cut him off. Didn't your very rich father die under very questionable circumstances? And you design and sell so many ships now. That seems kind of lucky for you. Maybe Harry decides for his next trick, he's gonna summon the ghost of your father to talk about who might have killed him. This threat was barely veiled, but instead of getting upset, it seemed to excite Deleuze. Oh? But you already said that he can't summon ghosts. Why would people believe his lie over mine? Harold noted her reaction and smirked. It doesn't matter. Even if there's a whiff of a scandal, someone's going to come looking for it. Maybe I'd be laughed out of society again. But the press would learn your dirty little secret. I'd take you down with me, Deleuze. Deleuze laughed. Chipper. Point taken. It looks like I can't win against a very legitimate seance doer. Anyways, I was upstairs when the murder took place. All by myself. Very convincing. Why don't you tell the truth? His lie over mine says she has experience killing people? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. All by myself. Let's try someone else. Now I return to my important business. Deleuze turned away from them. Still haven't found those snacks. I'm right here, Deleuze. I'm sitting right here. You haven't found me? I'm through the screen. Right here. The bath. Let's go there. Though the door was open, the bathroom was occupied by a large occupant. Why, hello there. It was a tight fit, all three of them standing inside. Hey, are you all right? Yeah, it's nothing. So are you gonna try to figure out what happened? As a matter of fact, why did you steal from the curio case? I didn't steal anything.
Deleuze said she heard you do it.
She's wrong. Where were you when Belle was murdered? I was in here.
This whole time?
Yeah. Goose's hat slipped even further over their eyes. They looked clammy. I feel sick. Why are they all in the bathroom?
Is this not what you do in the bathroom? Do you not have, like, you know, talks with the homies in the bathroom?
I feel sick. That does seem believable. I guess we'll try someone else. It's really cramped in here. Please leave. The party moved to the potty room. Hell yeah. go to the parlor. As they reached the parlor, they found Lieutenant Novak in an armchair, tapping his foot in idle irritation. He ate some bad Taco Bells. Yeah, he's like, I don't know about the food. They were like, I don't know about the food on the way there, and they're like, man, let's just stop and get some T-Bell before we get there. This Bell lady, I don't know what kind of food they're gonna have. I got a fucking hole in my stomach, like. They found Lieutenant Novak in an armchair, tapping his foot in idle irritation. We have a few questions. Oh, this'll be rich. Where were you when Bell was murdered? Straight to the point. I don't have to cooperate with you. You're both, frankly, beneath me. Now what the hell am I gonna get out of answering questions for you? It was so bad it burned a hole through their stomach. Oh my god.
The warm and fuzzy feeling of human decency for solving an innocent person's murder?
Pass. Now get lost, both of you. Oh. Eyes opened once more on Novak's chest. And at the sound of his order, Faraday's legs gave another unwieldy twist. With shuddering, contorted steps, both he and Harold stumbled out of the door. Well, that was rude. Harold was on the ground in a heap. How unpleasant. But, as we both know where we are, it seems that his imp doesn't force us to take his words literally. So if that's how it works,
I don't care how it works. I'm gonna kick his teeth in.
we cannot kick any teeth anywhere until we learn how his imp works. And more importantly, the investigation goes nowhere until we question him.
Fine. Let me think. Eyes tend to be found on authoritarian imps. People conscious of the control others exhibit through the social gaze.
Ah yes, the social gaze, the gaze agenda.
Hi, Gilly. What's up? Come here. Come on, Gills. Come on. Come here. Come here. Wait. Come here. Come on.
Trying to get the cat up here.
Wait. Come here. Come here, Gilly. Gilly. Come here. Come here, you silly kitty.
Alright, she's gonna be down there. I'm afraid she's gonna like jump and claw her way up my back because she definitely would. Ah, we love some Queen Lucy emotes. It's not Queen Lucy, unfortunately, but yo, Therm, what's up, buddy? How you doing? How did your stream go? I know you were having a lot of technical problems, which we've had our fair share here tonight. We've had like 17 bajillion crashes. So, how you doing, Therm? Oh, wants to collaborate. Okay, can I accept this? Can I accept this not on my... I don't want to click off of anything. I'm trying to see if I can do this. Stream manager. How do I do this? How do I do this? How do I do this? Can I do this from my phone? I can't do this from my phone. Okay. Hopefully things don't crash. Hopefully it doesn't crash. So, Twitch added that as like a scene. It's like a new, so it's like an evolution of their like co-stream, stream together type thing. And they turned it on. It's like a knock thing that you can like knock your friends and like just join their stream as like a co-stream thing. It's very interesting. Electric Crown, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome on in. Let me catch everybody up on what we're doing. So, hang on, let me stop the virtual camera. Please don't crash on my stream. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. I think running it in safe mode for whatever reason is working. No idea why. So, welcome everybody. We're playing a game called, I already forgot the name of it again. What the hell are we playing? The Case of the Serialized Killer. It's free to play on Steam. Yes, thank you, Wolf. Thank you. The Case of the Serialized Killer. So it is a free-to-play game. Basically, we are a demon summoner. We are... What's up, Pockets? How are you? Yo, Pockets, thanks so much. Oh, yeah. Thank you for the resub. I appreciate that. Welcome on in, everybody. Hope you're doing well, Pockets. You are the best. Thank you so much again for helping me with stuff. Appreciate appreciate you a ton.
Whoop whoop holodax.
But yeah, so we are a demonologist. We have the ability to like summon these imps that are like your inner demons personified in a way. And Harold is our, we're pretty sure, long-term lover. We are Harold. Harold, you can't see what I'm pointing at, duh. Harold here is the demonologist. And then we have Faraday, who is his long-term lover. And they together are here at this dinner party. The person who is hosting the dinner party summoned them to come here to bring back the ghost of her dead friend who was murdered. We have just discovered that the host's body, she was murdered as well, in the same way that her friend was. So now we're going around questioning everybody to catch up on everybody. And I'm doing voices for them all, so you get to hear my terrible, shitty voice acting. But we should have some more. Yeah, we have a to-do list. We should have some more notes on people as well here, I think. So let's see. Nothing new for Gareth Canterbury. That was the original person who was murdered. There's Holly. Wait, don't say his name around the docks. Why the fuck don't we say? Oh, right, he was on the boat. Okay, I remember. Harold Ludisale. That's who our main character is. Bernadette Bell. She's the hostess who was murdered. Yo, I got a third raid. Not a third raid. Get down. Welcome everybody. God damn. Welcome everybody. Welcome. Yo, Therm. Thank you. 4 months. 4 months. Thank you. Thank you for the 4 freaking months. How was your 4 months? Oh my god. Well, welcome everybody. This is only the second time I've gotten a Therm. Normally I'm up later than Therm is. Or Therm's up later than I am. Therm's up later than I am. However that works. The comeback kid, hell yeah. I figured that worked on a couple levels, because like comeback, you're here, you're coming back, like. Oh, and of course that doesn't work. Oh my god, sorry Uzi. Dude, I don't know what it is. Everyone's streams are scuffed tonight. And it's funny, because like, so obviously my background is different. I'm house sitting for my sister. I dragged my entire ass PC over here, so it's like the PC is the same setup as home. The only thing that's different is the internet, and like OBS has crashed like 15 times tonight. No idea why. No clue. Can't hear alerts. Nothing's working. Good lord. Well, welcome on in, everybody. I just kind of finished explaining. I don't know if you guys were hearing it on your end or not, but I just finished explaining. We are playing a game tonight called, and I already forgot what it was. I can't remember. Twitch is being Twitch. You know, I think it is Twitch, because like I was watching some streams earlier today. And the streamer kept having like these little blips that kept dropping everything too. So like, I think Twitch is just on one tonight. The Case of the Serialized Killer. Thank you, Wolf. Thank you. Thanks for letting me knock. That was interesting. Absolutely, Therm. Absolutely. Yeah, The Case of the Serialized Killer. It is a free-to-play game on Steam. It's like a murder mystery, click-based narrative game. Very interesting so far. I'll kind of explain as we go, but I do want to jump back into it. So, there's a murder. We are a demonologist. We are summoned to this person's house to help bring back the ghost of the person who was recently murdered for her friend. Her friend was then also murdered in the same way. We're a demonologist, and there's like these things called imps, and they're essentially like a personification of your inner demons. So, yeah, like a Teams call, but Twitch. Exactly. And it's probably just as bad to use as Teams is. Okay, I think we're all good on our notes on people, but yeah, welcome in everybody. I hope y'all had a good time hanging out with Therm tonight. I know I always do. Okay, to-do list. Get Goose to admit that they took the tooth. Goose is currently vomiting and shitting in the bathroom. Confront Novak with his motive. We're finished speaking with nobody. Okay, cool. So Faraday is this person here, and then this is Harold here. Those kind of our two main characters. Yeah. Tonight's hoe is the first note. Pretty much. All right, you can hear my silly voices. But Novak doesn't seem to care at all what anybody else thinks of him. Maybe. Maybe it's a repressed fear.
You're projecting that, I think.
Smartass.
But seriously, if he were scared of how others perceived him, he'd keep his imp hidden. But he wears his like a literal badge of honor.
Faraday, you're a genius.
Wow, been a long time since you called me that.
I've seen an imp like his before. It's very common among police officers.
Dude, this game is
Absolutely saying ACAB. When one is intimidated by the officer using it, they are then compelled to follow the officer's orders. So all we have to do is not be scared.
Well, I can't help it. I'm trying to stand up to him, but he unnerves me. What are we gonna do?
Switch cases.
We need to turn our thinking around. We've been trying to solve the mystery of Belle and Canterbury's murders, when we could have returned to the mystery of the missing wine cellar.
Oh, it's the wrong voice, damn it. We could have returned to the mystery of the missing wine cellar.
Oh no!
Don't worry, Holly, it's not so bad to give up. In fact, the more you do it, the easier it gets. Give up more. Great message. Thanks, Gabe. With a little practice, you can give up on everything at all. For days at a time. Okay, that's just like the way I handle my depression, apparently.
No, I just had an idea, but you're not gonna like it.
Then why would you even say it?
We're at a disadvantage if everyone else is using their imps.
The voice acting's great. Thanks, Electric, I'm trying. He gave me Faraday gave me major like Reddit bro vibes, so that's where that voice is coming from. And then they just seem like, Harold just seems like a British dude. I don't know. Remember, kids, if you don't give up now, you will so later, so do it already. It's like the opposite of Nike. Just give up. Just give up. Don't do it. It's like Michael Jordan. Stop. Get help.
And we're not using ours.
Yes, but I hardly see how you taking off your glasses is supposed to...
No. If you were to just unseal yours temporarily, I think we'd have our Novak problem solved.
Oh yes, one problem solved and in one even bigger issue left behind.
I'm not thrilled about this either, but this is for Belle, isn't it? Plus, she might punch that guy's lights out, which I would find super gratifying to watch. Look, you won't be losing social standing with this dude. He already hates your guts.
I'm getting good Omens vibes. Yes, I'm not the only person. I said that earlier. I was like, these people are absolutely giving Crawley an Aziraphale. They 100% are. I said that right at the beginning. I'm glad I'm not the only one that totally sees that. For some random lady we don't know, like, why don't they just leave the manor? Well, they did seal it, Wolf. They did seal the manor. They did the salt, ritual and sealed the manor, so I think they're sealed in as well. They said they couldn't leave till morning, so there's our impetus for, no one can leave, right? Extremely unlikely.
You can never be sure with guys like that.
Be honest with me. Can you handle this?
Tonight already sucks. I'll survive. So, please,
Holly groaned and put a hand to his mouth, looking vaguely ill.
Please. I want to see her.
Waves of repulsion rippled through Harold's abdomen, and he doubled over. Nausea gripped him, and he fought to swallow back all the saliva suddenly filling his mouth. But as he just said, giving up was easier the more practice one got. And in a sheer effort of lack of will, Harold gave up. Stomach lurching, Harold vomited himself inside out. And that was not a metaphor. Soon, there was a big mess lying on the ground. But it was not roast turkey and soup, it was a figure. And though she was not human, she had been around too long. And grown from too many of Harold's repressed feelings. Oh God. The public considered imps to be something they could control. An imp would not talk back. The public would not refer to her as an imp. To them, she was a demon. Sheer effort of lack of will. The writing in this is so good. And again, this is free to play. This is hand drawn. The writing's incredible. We've been playing this for hours. The story's amazing. And I'm locked the fuck in with this. And it's free. I discovered an absolute gem on Steam, I gotta say. I think there was like 1 follower for this game on Twitch. Like, ridiculously underappreciated. But the 2 gentlemen called her Maggie. Maggie hopped to her feet, squealing with glee. Alright, I need a new voice, apparently. What should my voice be for this one? I think I can go on. Holly! Farm girl? I don't know, I feel like farm girl doesn't necessarily fit for Maggie. I feel like kind of had a little bit of crazy vibes. I don't know. Let me do my voice here and you can tell me if it's bad or not. Holly, you asked for me. I knew it. I knew you would want to see me eventually. She opened her arms wide and her eye vein pulsed with joy. That's disgusting. Here I am, just for you. It's kind of like Valley Girlish. I don't know. Yay. I know you're having a bad night, and I'm going to protect you. Do you know just how badly I've wanted to throw my arms around you? Let me wrap you up. I'll never ever have to let go, and nobody can ever hurt you. Not ever again. Try to add a slight European accent? I'll try.
No thanks. Let's just question Novak and get this over with, okay?
Faraday stepped towards the door, but Maggie jumped in front of him, wagging a finger. Ha ha ha! You know what I want from you first? Maggie bared her sharp teeth. Faraday shrunk away from her, but he wasn't fast enough. First, I want to see your notebook. I love looking at it. Notebook, huh? What do we got in the notebook? If found, please return to Harold Ludisale. So what's in the notebook do we need? People. Oh god. Kisses for your cheek. I came back from a shower and wondered why your stream was open twice. Therm rated you. There we go. Kisses for your cheek. Hardworking, clever, speaks his mind, handsome and huggable. Oh. So Maggie's the inner demon somehow that loves Holly, I guess. I will give him a smooch. You shut up, lazy shitbag. Ask him to do a comic. Come back. Shut up, coward. Good lord. Okay. Gareth Canterbury. I'm sad because I'm Garbo. The accent added a lot. Okay, I'm glad you guys like that. Cool sideburns, though. I want all the genders. Give me. Is that allowed? He, him, and she, her. I mean, that's totally allowed. You can be whatever you want. Jerk. True. Usually intoxicated, moping. Yep. Haha, Holly, you're so smart. We should kiss. Did anybody else get additions? Nobody else got additions. Okay. She snatched it up from his hands and scribbled in it, giggling to herself. It's been so long since he let me hold it. Hey, that's what she said. Harry and I read through it all the time when you were... I've lost the accent. I gotta figure it out again. When you were gone. There. She handed it back to him. Faraday looked slightly shell-shocked. You're not going to... Are you disappointed? Maybe you thought you'd get a big ol' smooch out of the evening. No, I remember what I told you. What you told me. Maggie, I don't like it when you hold me tight like that. Maggie, your spit is literally acid. Don't kiss me. We can keep taking it slow. No worries. PDA is off limits at the murder scene. It is an absolute rule. Unless you really wanted to blow off the investigation. Just get drunk and canoodle in the wine cellar. You sent from Australian to French to British to Thai. Dude, it's all over the fucking place. This is why I am not a professional voice actor. I just fucking make it up as I go. Very romantic. Maggie. You're always so much. But Harry really looked at it all the time? Of course. Things got so much worse when you left. He kept stuffing more and more and more of himself in me. Oh my god. Phrasing! Are we not doing phrasing anymore? Oh, hi, Gilly.
You wanna play me
I have the
hard?
one brain cell menace.
No, I didn't.
Well, then you better nut up.
Phrasing.
Because
Gilly, by
I've
the way.
swallowed just about as much as I can take from you.
Hey,
Hi.
phrasing.
One of my sister's cats.
Hi.
Excellent redemption, Wolf. Now it's Swedish. Dude, it's all over the place. I don't know. You said European. I'm just taking a nice tour around all of Europe.
How are you, Gilly? Are you good? Yeah. Okay, bye.
He kept stuffing more and more and more of himself in me. Oh, Maggie, because we're a disgusting, awful person. I tried to be good and let him have me removed. But I just hate being so gross. He really made our body look so much better. And I like using that one instead of this thing. Because I'm disgusting and inconvenient. And if I would just go away forever, we could be a normal person again, and people would like us. But even you left. I always believed that you still cared. I thought about you so much more than Harry did. More with each passing day. I looked at your journal every day. And you have to know that, Holly. I would even smell it, just hoping for some trace of you was still left in the pages. Tour to Europe. Ugh, please, can we question Novak now? Maggie's demeanor was wild and full of pent-up drive, but Holly's unenthusiastic response evaporated all of her excitement in short order. Little stalkerish? Absolutely it is. Fine. Maggie walked over to the door and gave the side of her head a casual smack with the heel of her palm, as one does. She muttered to herself, I'm not cringy. Harold Edwin Ludisale, you're cringy. Maggie opened the door to the parlor and Holly followed her in, giving her a generous amount of space. Novak recoiled as he saw her. Ah, is that thing from Ambassador's Ball. He turned to Faraday. Did Ludisale decide that he hadn't enough... Wow. Did Ludisale decide that he hadn't had enough ruin? Or are... Hey! I'm not here to explain myself! I'm not even really here to solve that murder. But I heard you bothering my Holly. Hey! Quit hiding, Ludisale. Only a coward hides behind his imp. And this one you really should have kept locked up. An ugly imp is the sign of an ugly soul. That's what my mama always said. That isn't even remotely how it works. Just for the record. Maggie was positively glowing. Holly, you stood up for me. Novak gives Southern Marine truck driver. That's absolutely why I went with the voice I did. I wasn't standing up for you. I was standing up for Harry. Psh, same diff. Yo, Grant, thanks for the follow. Appreciate you so much. I'm glad you got to hang out for a little bit. I hope you have a great rest of your night. Thanks for stopping by. Anyway, she turned back to Novak. You think I'm ugly? That's nothing compared to what your face will look like if you don't start apologizing to my Holly. No! She sucked in her cheeks and then spat a wad of bright green something on the floor. The carpet sizzled just for a moment, but long enough to burn a coin-sized hole into it. Novak tried to employ his imp, the eyes flashing. Get away from me, freak! Faraday took an unwilling step back, but Maggie threw her head and laughed, striding forward and staring him dead in the eye. Aww, you want me to boo-hoo and cower? You want me to nod like a good little boy? That part of me is stuffed in the broom cupboard like a silly little nerd he is. With her free hand, she dug her knuckles into her temple. And he'll shut up and let me do my job. If he doesn't want me to come out later and snap his fountain pen collection in half. Rude. She turned her attention back towards Novak. Speaking of the increasing odds of snapping things in half. Hey, watch it, Maggie. Say sorry to Harley. Say he's perfect just the way he is. Maggie, you're taking it too far. It's not even about me. I just want him to... Shh, Holly. We need to hear him. Novak lifted his arm, intending to backhand Maggie, but she caught his blow before it could reach her cheek. Oh, the lad wants to brawl. Now, does he? Novak tried his best to struggle free from her grip, and he kicked at her. Her grip was tight as steel. Unfortunately, his boots' toes were tipped with steel too. It dug into her side, and she dropped to her knees. Novak loomed over her. Faraday let out a cry of outrage, but Novak turned his imp's gaze back toward her. Don't move and shut up. Faraday's feet froze in place, and he ground his teeth together. Novak grabbed Maggie by the hair and lifted her up. Well, I suppose the case is closed now, isn't it? Ludicale's demon ran amok and started killing people. Lucky for all involved, Lieutenant Novak was there to put it down. Maggie's scalp was in a fair amount of pain, but both of her hands were free. She took aim, pulled back a curled fist, and punched Novak in the shoulder. Maggie did not have steel-tipped fingers, but there was, traditionally, a reason why humans feared demons. When her blow made contact with Novak's shoulder, something popped. He howled in pain. They both fell to the floor, and Novak lay crumpled, clutching his arm. Maggie stood up and brushed herself off, muttering to herself, "Yeah, you're right, Harry. I would have been way easier just to apologize in the first place. But not half as fun." You okay, Holly? I think I like Southern a little bit, actually, with that. I don't know. It's floating. Faraday's joints loosened, and he nodded. She looked at Novak. Now you be nice to him and answer his questions. If you're nice, I'll pop that shoulder back into the socket for you. I like Maggie. Fine. Maggie lined up her hands along Novak's shoulder and muttered, I mean, we spent a lot of more time studying demon anatomy than human anatomy. But it's all the same, right? What? She popped the bone back into the socket. Novak did his very best not to cry. Maggie gave him a friendly clap on the shoulder. The injured one, of course. Oh yeah, almost forgot. So I stood up to you. Does that mean I have earned your begrudging but earnestly felt respect? Novak looked up to her and, without letting go of his injured shoulder, used his hand to make a rather obscene gesture. Yeah, it was a long shot anyways. Novak muttered and he pulled himself back to his feet. She turned on Faraday with an excited grin. How about you? You respect me more now, right, Holly? Oh, God. No, we get a choice with this? Oh, God. We better fucking say yes. I'm so happy. I'll beat up whoever you want me to, okay? You just call my name and I'll come running. No for the memes. Too late. Be back in a moment to question you, Novak. Maggie practically skipped out of the room, aglow with excitement. Holly! You took me out to a nice dinner, and I even got to protect your honor. You off, Ty? Thanks so much for hanging out. I appreciate you. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you have a goose night as well. Faraday followed her out, exasperated. You assaulted a guy that might go after us later. Potato. Look, it's not exactly my ideal date, but why quibble? It's nice to have someone who's willing to be seen with me. She closed her eye and pursed her lips. Is Goose still in the restroom? Goose might still be in the bathroom, actually, yeah. You can kiss me goodnight. Come on. You're head over heels for me. I know you wanna. She didn't open her eye or change her posture, but she did give an impatient little hop. Sweep me off my feet, you soft, handsome devil, you. He couldn't look at her. I've told you before, I have feelings for someone else. But that's not, she muttered to herself. I'm just as much Harold as Harold is. Maggie frowned, wilting. I'll get changed into something more comfortable, shall I? She started to walk away. Hey, Maggie, She cut him off. Don't worry, cutie. I'm just heading down the hall for a minute. Nobody likes watching someone throw up. Oh, God. Do they switch back and forth by vomiting each other out? That's disgusting. Harold walked back down the hallway, wiping his mouth on his sleeve. Tastes like a knees and resentment. 100 apologies for her behavior.
You know, after all this, if you want to talk, she's a bit much for me, but you...
As I've said before, just ignore anything she says. It's not a good idea to dwell on it. He put his hand to his temple and rubbed at it. Muttered something to himself before turning his attention back to the doorway. Shall we? And without waiting for Faraday to respond, Harold walked back into the room. Faraday ground his teeth.
Stubborn.
And then followed Harold. They returned to the parlor, feeling much more optimistic about their chances of getting some answers. So, did you see anything suspicious?
Sure, I saw Clarice run past us to get up the stairs. Seems suspicious to me that she'd be in such a hurry.
So where were you? Now I think you're ready to tell us. Where were you when Belle was murdered?
I was with Dia in the hallway. She said that she heard someone moving around upstairs. Didn't she tell you that?
No, she didn't. Novak gave a deep, fatigued sigh.
She's trying to frame me. Very aspirational. To have a marriage where your wife wants you to get framed for murder.
Confront him with his motive. Hell yeah.
Deleuze claims you have a reason to kill Belle. She says you are trying to sabotage her. Having a motive doesn't mean I did it. Don't make us get her to come back.
Novak rubbed his shoulder.
Ugh. Look, if Dia says I wasn't with her, that means she has no alibi either. I told you I didn't trust Dia. I knew I didn't trust her. And she did say she was by herself, so yeah. And she has a history with murder. I don't want to get her into any trouble. I say she was with me. It's on her for saying I wasn't. But hey, if Dia gets the rap for this, maybe she'll need me to speak at the trial. Wait, you know what? I take back what I said. I was completely alone. Let her come crawling back.
I suppose the judge could strike testimony from the record.
But this isn't a court case. You're just talking to two guys. Two guys who know that you and Deleuze have an alibi.
You're no fun.
Yeah, I think we're done.
Okay.
How do they have an alibi, though? I'm confused on that. They don't have an alibi. They're both saying they were alone. That's not an alibi. Or are we supposed to read that meant that they were together? I'm confused. I'm confused and I'm lost.
We've been to the music room. We've been to the parlor. I guess we go to the office next. When Faraday attempted to open the door to Belle's office, it wouldn't budge.
Damn, she locked it.
Well, we did find the key with Belle's body, but it was melted. We need to find another way in. What just got scribbled? Notes. Must be in the to-do list. Find a way into Belle's office. Get Goose to admit that they took the tooth. Ask Clarice Myers why she was on the stairs. We're finished speaking with Marek. Okay. We're only finished speaking with one person? Damn. Well, let's go back to the bathroom then. Oh. I keep forgetting to close the door. Well, let's get this over with. Okay, all we have is let's try someone else. It's, really cramped in here. Please leave. Okay, I guess we can't talk to them any further. Office is still locked. We need to get in. Okay, yeah, right. I guess we go to the dining room. When they reached the dining room, there was a figure sitting on the windowsill, curled up and still in the moonlight. Oh, I see. The figure was poring over a thick sheaf of papers. What a difference that makes. Hello? Oh! The figure scooped up the papers, shoving them under a decorative pillow, which did very little to hide them. Hello? What are you both doing here? We only wanted a moment of your time. What were you doing on the stairs? The stairs?
Yeah, Marek said he saw you running on the stairs.
Is he sure?
Well, I'm sure that this death is gonna put your stage show even more in the spotlight. I guess that could be a valid motive, but it just doesn't seem likely, you know? I don't know about that, though. Huh. Did you really want to travel and get famous that badly? Of course not. At that moment, Clarice could no longer hold back and burst into tears. I'm so sorry. I didn't think anyone would even know. Clarice cried into her hands. I was on the stairs because I took the manuscript from the first story out of Belle's office. She probably had it out to write the play adaptation. I just really wanted to see it. I honestly thought I could just run down here and look through it without anyone seeing me, and then run back up and put it back. Belle's office door was open. I snuck in there after an imp left. I thought it was clearing up. I thought it was a cleaning imp, but the place was a mess. But then I heard that scream. I shut the door behind me, hid the manuscript, and went to find out what happened. I was going to put it back.
So an imp came out of there after destroying the office.
It's been right here, safe and sound.
Why would you do that?
It sounds stupid and embarrassing, but I'm just a big fan who completely overstepped my boundaries. I'm so ashamed.
Clarice's eyes welled up again, and she sniffed loudly.
Now I can't even apologize to Miss Bell for it.
Where's the manuscript now?
It's on the windowsill, right over there.
Clarice retrieved the stack of papers, still wiping away a few tears with her free hand.
I really was in here after that, I promise. I understand if you don't believe me after what I did, but I really hope you find out who did this.
Miss Bell was such an amazing writer and a kind person. Clarice looked at her feet and held the stack of paper out to Faraday.
You should take this. I'm sick just thinking about it. If you can summon Miss Bell's ghost, please tell her I say I'm sorry.
I'll do that. Harold and Faraday left the room, feeling, not for the first time that night, deeply awkward. She seemed genuinely upset. I want to believe her.
I want to believe no one killed Belle, but we have to be skeptical. For example, look at this manuscript. It's the first constant Little Bear story, and as really neat it sits to hold it. And as really neat as it is to be holding it for real, I could swear Belle said she wrote in blue ink. This is black ink. People lie all the time, and for the weirdest reasons. Sometimes it's just really hard to tell what to believe.
Indeed, it seems like everyone here has something they're hiding. But so do I. I can't judge. Wait, what the hell's Harold hiding? What is Harold hiding? Kitchen. It's the last place. When they reached the kitchen, Vance was there, sitting with a stool and a small notebook. Her hands were fiercely trembling, but she seemed to be forcing herself to write.
Gentlemen,
She did not look up until she had finished her sentence.
I must ask you to leave. I will not casually chat with Belle's killer.
Madam, we are all under suspicion.
I still believe that we have more to gain by working together. I decline. If you won't answer our questions, I'll just assume you did it. Very well. Ask your questions and then be gone.
Who would have a motive to do this?
All of them! You saw that she'd received that threat. One of the guests is a hitman that barely shows their face. They are clearly hiding something. I feel like that alone is more than enough evidence for the police. Though, if you want my opinion, Goose is clearly a red herring.
Breaking the fourth wall a bit there, Story, but I also believe Goose is a red herring.
Hey.
You think that Goose is a ruse?
Yes, a roost goose.
No.
Because they are not the only killer here tonight.
She shot Harold a particularly venomous look. Feeling guilty, are we? You should be. Everything went wrong as soon as you started trying to summon that ghost.
Hey, I know you're upset, but Harry didn't do anything wrong.
He clearly did. You saw it yourself. The lights went out, and then she was robbed and murdered. And I have heard the rumors about you, Ludicel. Everyone has been tiptoeing around the subject, but I really don't understand. How is a man with a demon allowed to roam freely? The same as any good, respectable citizen. I keep to myself. And you know, the rumors of what my demon did have been incredibly embellished in the retelling. I suppose you must have used the last of your good connections, and I'll trust the word of my associates, thank you, and not the word of a wash-up like you. I'm sorry.
Harry, quit apologizing for waves you didn't make.
Where were you when Belle was murdered? Vance stood up from the stool she'd been sitting on, hunched over a small notebook with a black fountain pen. I was looking for her up in her office, but she wasn't there. I started to look around the other parts of the house, and then I finally saw her in the boiler room. Vance turned away and shook a bit. My composure failed. I admit that I screamed when I saw her. After that, I came in here. I feel safer with the kitchen imps to protect me. The imps? They're plenty strong, so don't get any funny ideas. I just need to wait for morning, and this long nightmare will be over. I guess let's try someone else. Vance looked back down at her notebook. Away with you. Okay. Merrick is the only person we're finished speaking with out of everybody. Let's go back to the music room. Let's go talk to Dia again.
Whoa, welcome back. Gosh, how long has it been? It's been like minutes. Couldn't you stay not here? It was so nice while you weren't here. We need your help. Everyone seems to. Please. Well, I guess I don't have a lot to do at the moment. And you two are too chumpy to have committed any murders. Thank you, I think. Just don't get your demon out or whatever. I heard that it melted a guy's wife's hand off. In a jar of acid. At a party.
That's a new one.
You said you can break locks? My imp won't let me get locked into any place. So, technically, sure. If I can frame it right.
Okay, cool. They're gonna help us break into the study, I guess, then. Dia's imp looked like a large metal key. It scampered free of her pocket, tears rolling down its handle. It pushed firmly against the door, and despite its small size, the door pushed smoothly open. The imp muttered through tears as it pushed. Let me out! Let me out!
Are you okay?
Why wouldn't I be? It just does that. Like I said, imps are weird. What they say doesn't mean anything. Thank you, Ms. Deleuze. That's all you needed? Then I'm off. Snacks are a-callin'. Harold and Faraday entered the office and saw what clearly constituted a murder scene. Is there anything to interact with? Not yet. Scorch marks on the carpet and a mess of papers that were not scattered on their previous visit to the room. There were several cabinets that were open, and the mess made it difficult to know where to look first.
Shit! This place is a mess!
There's no real way of knowing what objects would be relevant, unless you could have a look around.
Why me? My sight's far better than Deleuze's, but not by much.
No. Use, you know.
I don't want to do that here.
You said I had to do this for Belle. So Holly, can't you do this? At least to solve her murder?
Fine, stand back or go in the hallway or something.
Find out the reason for the glasses? Sure. Faraday took a deep breath and took off his glasses. Okay. We get the Faraday eyesight now. Belle's script for the play, it burned up with her. Almost none of it is left. It's not salvageable. This part of the script too, hours and hours, all ashes. I wonder if it will never get made because of this. What will happen if it's gone forever? What if you climbed that and fell backwards and just broke your head open? That would not be good. It's pulled open and something is missing. Something that belongs here is gone. I won't be able to find it if it's not in this room. What if that's the whole reason she was murdered? There's a burn mark on the ground and one on the ceiling. She died right here and nobody heard it. Spontaneous combustion? Could have happened. But then how'd she get down to the boiler room? Yeah, did she just combust? Yeah. Could I just burn up like that? Could Harry? What if the killer comes after us next? Almost nothing left on top except for a few pens and blue ink stains. Will the next person who owns this desk even know who Belle was? Alright, is that all of it? There we go. Imagine just running that glass and trying to jump out. Harry's seal would push me back. He would save me without even knowing. You piece of shit! How many times have you run away? You could have done something with your life. You are the most pathetic loser. A man with no impact. Might as well have never existed. Who's yelling at us? Belle wrote thousands of more words than you ever will. And now she's dead. Her work will outlive her. What work have you done? You don't matter. Nothing matters. Nothing you ever do will be worth anything to anyone. At least Harry has done something. You're too broken to finish a single thing. He's too good for you. When you die, not a single person will care or remember. He tried to keep looking, but the room felt bigger and bigger every second, like it was going to swallow him. That everything inside it felt incomprehensible and impenetrable. His whole life felt like something he wished he could forget. His failures, his unfinished work, they all felt like 1,000 pounds manifesting themselves on his chest. He stared at the room, and at every single object saw the terribleness of a cold, uncaring world that would burn or fade or rot. The room reminded him of how he didn't deserve to be here or anywhere. He was worthless. He lost control of his breathing, and the world felt like a stage he wasn't even on. His heart raced, and his face contorted into pain, gasping sobs. He couldn't make words. He struggled to stay standing or catch his breath. Holly! I'm coming back in! Harold moved close, wanting desperately to make it stop, and put his arms around his shaking friend. Even though his arms ached to hold him, hoping that protective feeling would reach him. But he waited for permission. Damn right he did! Get consent, people. Fuck yeah, we love consent. Faraday's voice was just a series of gasping sounds, but between them, he managed a strangled word. Oh. K. Fuck. Oh my god. I love them so much. Are you kidding me right now? Harry pulled him into a hug, and Faraday burst into tears. He moaned and tried to catch his breath between wordless, pained utterances. I'm sorry. I'm right here, Holly. Harry's arms were tight around him, the pressure familiar. Holly wanted to sink deeper into the grip, to fall back through the years to when this embrace had been his on a whim. Even now, Holly could feel an awkward curl in Harry's fingertips. Hands, once so comfortable with his body, now didn't quite know what to do. What did you find out? Faraday choked back a bitter laugh. Right back to work, huh? Sorry.
This isn't exactly a thing I do regularly.
Right. Hopefully it wasn't something important.
You're really awful at comforting. You know that?
Sorry.
No. Let's just stay here for a minute. That's enough.
He almost felt Harry pull away, but with a sudden, fierce affection, his arms wrapped tighter. There was a lot he wanted to say, but he bit back every single one of those words. After a couple minutes, Holly found it easier to breathe. And they got back to work.
The murder took place here. That burn mark, that's where she died. It wasn't in the boiler room, and whoever did it also burned up the entire final draft of her play. I'll get that written down. So,
Faraday grit his teeth and then managed a cocky grin.
where to next?
We've said everything we need to say to Deleuze, so let's head back into the hall. Nice, we crossed Deleuze off of our... Nice, okay. So we still have Vance. How long has this stream been? I got no idea. I started at like 10:30-ish maybe, so like 4.5 hours, 5 hours, something like that. Ballpark? I don't know, it kept crashing, so no idea. Who cares? This has been great though. This game is free. I feel like I can keep repeating that. This game's free. This is crazy. This is great, dude. Like, so we need to talk to Goose, Vance, and what was the other gal? Goose, Vance, and Clarice. So let's go back to the kitchen, I guess. Let's go see if we can talk to Vance. When they returned to the kitchen, Vance barely looked up from her writing. Come to bother me again, I see. Why would someone burn her script to the play? What a horrible thing to do! I had no idea it was burned. She'd been up working on it tirelessly.
Well, it's almost completely gone. I doubt anyone can use it. I'm sorry.
At least her legacy can continue. Even if all her notes are gone, I have to go back to the originally published version. I'll make sure that the show goes on. After all, the creative voice behind the Constance Littlebird Mysteries has not entirely departed. As her editor, I can continue the stories for her. I came in here to start making notes right away. It felt like the only thing I could do, can't read. It felt like the only way I could respect what she's leaving behind.
We'll let you get back to it. Then.
Alright. Let's go talk to Clarice again. Did you come back to look at the flowers? It really is comforting in here. Where were you when Belle was murdered? I was in here! I really love the decorations. That is sus. Belle put a lot of things from her own house into the stories, Duchess Baker's style and taste. I'm trying to absorb inspiration.
Didn't Belle say it was the parlor that was styled like Duchess Baker's room?
Everything you see is part of my method. We finished questioning Clarice. Okay. Please, stay safe while you investigate. I'll stay here. She left it unspoken, that she would stay in the dining room, where she assumed it would be much safer. So we have Vance, and I guess we go talk to Goose. Oh, I keep forgetting to close the door. Well, let's get this over with. Okay, we gotta talk to everybody else first. It's, really cramped in here. Please leave. Oh, no, we go back to talk to what's-his-face. Yeah, he's in the parlor. I forgot we can go back to him. Novak did not look pleased to see them returning. We're done. Let's get away from this creep. And stay out. Are we done talking to him now, I guess? We are. Okay, we're done talking to everybody but Goose. And no, we're done talking to everybody but Goose. Get Goose to admit that they took the tooth. Oh. I keep forgetting to close the door. Are we not going to get any new lines? Well, let's get this over with. What the heck? There's no one else to try. Haven't we spoke with everybody? I guess we go back to the office? When they return to the office... I fucking forgot about him! I completely forgot about him. What are you doing in here? Snooping? You shouldn't. Gonna dip out and play some games? Heretic, thanks for stopping by, man. Thanks for the gift subs. Like, seriously, appreciate you so much. If you guys got a gift sub from Heretic tonight, make sure you say thank you in chat. Heretic, I appreciate you. Enjoy games. And let me know if you want need any help with like stream setup stuff. I'm happy to help you on that. He gave up. May we ask you a few questions? By all means. Alright, I totally forgot about Lupine. The Fae. Did you see anything suspicious? I really didn't. I wasn't paying attention to anything but the prize. The prize being... I just love demon sharks. Hate to break it to you, but there's no such thing as demon sharks. Don't tell Goose. You'd break their heart. How did you find out about this party? We've been planning this for a while. We got floor plans, got her to run into Goose. Whenever she decided to let them in would have been all the chance we needed. Why come steal something when you can't get out? That would have been exciting to deal with. But it wasn't something I planned for. This party just happened to be when she invited them. We can't tell Goose anything because he's always pooping. Goose is just going through it right now. They are, you know, we appreciate an IBS baddie, alright? Like we do. We just got to. This party has just happened to be when she invited them, and I found a way to sneak in myself under the circumstances. I didn't know you would seal the place, though. There's no way to get out of here until morning. That was a bit of a hitch, but I'm sure I could have worked something else out. A challenge, it would have been fun. Did you like my trick with the lights? You really scared poor Clarice. No one got hurt. No one was supposed to get hurt, at least. I really don't know what went wrong. Where were you when Belle was murdered? I was checking on Goose. They're usually real tough, so I was surprised they were sick. So you've met them before this? Someone definitely got hurt and they only died. It's just death, it's fine. Guess the cat's out of the bag on that. Such an adorable detective, aren't you? He leaned in a bit closer to Faraday with a wink. Faraday blushed and stammered. Yeah. So you know them. Why pretend not to? I'd rather come clean. I don't want to deal with getting a murder pinned on me. I'm a thief, not a murderer. It's always the charming thief. I'm guessing here, but I feel like everyone we talk to is gonna say they're not murderers. But at least one of them is a liar. Ask Goose then, they'll back me up. Say I told you it's okay. I think we're finished talking to Lupine. Oh, I thought we could paw through Belle's notes and fill up on some fun stories. Come back if you change your mind. Bye for now, cuties. Okay, stop trying to charm me, alright? You smug, disgustingly attractive bastard. Oh. I keep forgetting to close the door. Give me a different line, please. Well, let's get this over with. Hey, here we go. Lupine says you can tell us the truth. Okay. He says it's okay. Lupine and I are partners. We work together to steal imps that belong to other people and give them back to their owners. I did steal this. Goose reached under their hat and held out the sharp, pointed object. Starting to think that he wants people there? Yeah, absolutely. He does. Oh no, silly me. I didn't close the door to the bathroom again. Welcome on in. You seem like you're smart enough to know this isn't a demon shark tooth. Yeah, but we didn't know what it actually was. It's someone's imp, and they deserve it back. Maybe it's better if I take it and seal it up. No way. Goose pulled it away and put it back under their hat. You don't have the right to deprive someone of part of themselves. Oh no, the door's open while I'm showering, Step Imp. No. Maybe they got rid of it for a reason. No matter the reason, living with only part of yourself will always feel empty. Honestly, if anybody's gonna know the truth to that, it's fucking Goose, man. They have a hole in their chest. Looks like we're done talking to Goose. It's, really cramped in here. Please leave. After everything we saw and heard, I'm pretty sure I know who killed Canterbury and Belle. Faraday nodded. Me too. I don't! Do you want to check your notes before making an accusation? Because now would be a good time to do that. If I'm not checking them now, then I assure you, I don't need to do it at all. The culprit is... Who do we think the culprit is? Let's read through our people here. Gareth is dead, so it's not Gareth, because they died first. We don't think it's Holly. We don't think it's Harold. Bernadette is the other person who is dead. Goose. They, them, in the bathroom. A hitman here for Belle's research. Wasn't them, question mark? Lupine's partner. Pronounced Dea Deleuze. Dea Deleuze, she, her, in the music room. A shipwright thinks she's so special because she's economically noteworthy. Haha, married to Novak, question mark? Bad idea, Dea. Her imp changed into her, can get into her interlock spaces. I still suspect Dea, but I feel like I don't have a solid motive. Clarice Myers, she, her, in the dining room. Stage actress, big fan of Belle, evil laugh, question mark? I think she was just acting. She's gonna make a killer Duchess Baker. That feels like not a clue, but a red herring. Myers took the first Little Bear story from Belle's office. Lupine Flowers, he, him, and Belle's office. A fae, friends with Canterbury, eats stories, partners with Goose, stole the tooth. Deborah Vance, Belle's editor, good publishing connections, wrote some dusty old children's stories. Honestly, if I had to accuse somebody right now, I think it's Deborah. Still hanging around me and falling asleep here soon. Sounds like you're reading me a good night story. That's exactly what I'm doing there. Next week, we're going to read Everybody Poops, so make sure you tune in for that one. And then maybe after that, we'll read Go the Fuck to Sleep. That's the other good one, too. Okay, but yeah, I think it's Deborah. I think it's Deborah. I don't know why, but like... So here's my thought process, right? She told us in the interview that she will continue on the work, right? People don't, and we learned early on that people don't really know about the editor. People don't respect the editor. People think the editor's not worth it. Is this her opportunity to now become the playwright for the adaptation? Are we back? Are we back? Hello? 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 Why is it like we're getting to like, oh my god. This is annoying. We're getting to like an hour and a half in and then it just crashes again. Like, what is actually happening? What is actually happening, dude? This is so frustrating. Like, what the hell, you know? Stream manager here. All right, can you guys see me? Can you hear me? Are we back? Are we back? I think we're back, but I'm not sure. I think we're back. Hopefully things don't crash again. Good lord, man. We're like right at the end of the game, too. We're right at the end of this. I think we're like making it like an hour and a half in with OBS, and then OBS is just like noping out of the conversation here, which, like, why? What it, like, my computer's not hot. OBS does not have an update. Oh my god, we have had so many crashes tonight. That's like our 10th crash, not exaggerating. That is ridiculous. Oh my god. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Fingers crossed it stays for the end of this. I don't know when it crashed. I'll back up a couple slides here and we can continue. Oh my goodness. Why is it crashing so much, dude? I'm so upset with that right now. Why? Literally, I'm not doing anything. This is the most, like, low graphics consistent time it crashes. No, because we made it, like, to an hour and 40 a couple of times. That was an hour 29. We had a series of crashes where it was, like, every 30 seconds it was crashing. Like, I don't know what it is. I really don't. Maybe I got, like, a driver that needs updated on my graphics card or something. It's just, like, having a moment. No idea. Hopefully we can get through the end of this game, though, and just be able to get through this stream, and then we'll be good. All right. Oh, there it goes. Great. My buddy had a Nighthawk that killed his stream at the 2 hour and 14 minutes mark. Oh, my God. Yeah. Dude, I think it's just Twitch. You figured it out? I think it's just Twitch tonight, man. I think Twitch is just buggy as hell tonight. Because it was buggy earlier when I was watching stuff, too. Like, I was watching a streamer earlier today who typically never has crashes, streams for like 8 hours a day every day, and theirs was crashing constantly too. So, you know who the murderer is, Wolf. I think it's Vance, but you know who the murderer is. Okay, let's continue here. Let's continue. OBS, fucking please, stay going. He leaned in, quietly continued. I'm certain that we're on the same page, but let us proceed with caution. We cannot tell where exactly the rented imps may be. We cannot allow them to suspect that we think it is. He mouthed the word. Vance. Holly nodded, and then stated loudly, for all of you that said it wasn't you, it must have been a suicide. No murders in either case. Why do we think it's Vance? I think it's Vance because I think Vance is a disaffected editor, right? They talked about how, like, you know, this is being adapted into a screenplay, and Vance was crying. Vance discovered the body, and Vance was immediately setting to work trying to recreate the script for the play adaptation. So I think that she's like seeing this as an opportunity to reclaim fame as the editor of these stories, who has never gotten their just desserts and their flowers from this. That's my thought. So that's kind of why I think that. She's also just sus as hell. She's very close with the imps. People don't seem to like imps. I think she's using them to help get her way, because there was also an imp that was coming out of the office. So I think it's Vance. No murders in either case. Mystery solved as far as I'm concerned. He tilted his glasses down so that Harold could see his eyes. Yeah, no, say nothing. We'll figure this out. And gave a big wink. Harold did his best to act annoyed at this, instead of incredibly charmed. They headed towards the kitchen, but instead could hear movement towards the music room. Ooh. When the two men arrived at the music room, they found Vance there, as well as Lupine and Goose. Hold it right there! Lupine gave him a cheeky grin. We are nosy, aren't we? Faraday clenched his hands into fists. Despicable! You were in cahoots with her the whole time! I guess there's no point in hiding it after all. Goose withdrew the demon shark tooth from underneath their hat and handed it off to Vance. Oh shit. The great thief has successfully finished another heist. The tooth was Vance's. Oh damn, okay. You said you were a thief, not a murderer. Murderer. Lupine's eyes flitted from Faraday to Vance, to the tooth in her hands. I see. Goose, we messed up big time. See, just bad talk about us, you know? Exactly. If I hadn't have been so worried about your health, I would have noticed sooner. What's all this racket? Deleuze entered, quickly followed by Novak and Myers. Goose motioned towards Vance. She's... Faraday lost his patience. Yes! Of course she's the killer! Myers shook her head. No! That can't be true! Miss Vance and Miss Bell have been friends ever since Miss Bell wrote her first Constance Littlebear mystery. Harold withdrew a sheet of papers. My apologies, madam, but not a single thing you've just said is correct, because Vance was not Belle's friend, and Bernadette Belle did not write the first Constance Littlebell mystery. Oh boy. What? Then, Belle gave Ms. Myers her autograph. She signed it. When Belle gave Ms. Myers her autograph, she signed it in blue ink. The same blue ink that she claimed to have used to write all of her stories. But this first draft is written in black ink, with spidery handwriting that differs significantly from the rest of Belle's notes. The spidery handwriting is not, however, only to be found on this first draft. It can also be found. Faraday snatched the small notebook out of Vance's hand and held it open to show assembled onlookers. In Vance's personal notebook! Not a word of it is true! This is just a distraction. He's throwing accusations around in order to confuse you all. None of you can trust such a vile man nor his associate. Hey! Could have sworn I heard you mention that you were the one who recommended Ludicale to Belle. I mean, Ludicale's not a guy I would invite to a party either. But if I was looking for someone shady to take the blame, plenty of people would assume he did it. She invited me too. She said that Belle had stolen her imp, and she needed our help getting it back. She was supposed to give Belle a calling card, so that Belle would know we were stopping by. Why did she even need our help? Miss Vance could have strolled in and asked for your imp back at any time. Boss, it was a frame-up. Oh! She must have figured if Ludicale didn't take the fall, there would be 2 more outlaws as backups. Me? I'm never someone's backup. I never play less than center stage. All that matters, she has plenty of patsies shielding her from suspicion. So cruel! This is mere conjecture, nothing more. How on earth could I have killed Belle? As you so callously established. She gestured to the hole in her neck. I have no imp of my own. Not true. You vile thing. I'm not lying. I haven't published a book in years. I was forced to sell my imp. You didn't have your imp. You had several rented imps. As you all know, Vance made our dinner tonight, using one of the cooking imps. That makes a flame hot enough to char a person alive. The one that is, I might add, more than big enough to hold a human body, and soundproof enough to smother a tea kettle's screech, let alone the last cries of poor Belle. And she's had control over them both. And she's had control over them both in the past as well, because she said Belle would rent these imps from the same people often. She used the cooking imp to kill Belle in her office, then assuming that the imp couldn't move with poor Belle inside, Vance put Belle's body into the same cart she used to serve dinner, the one with the ivy cloth. She carted Belle's body to the basement and dumped her into the furnace, threw the incriminating cloth in after her, and then screamed, alerting the rest of us. That's my thought. That's what I think happened. You did it! Admit it! I'm probably wrong. I'm stunned that a man like you was competent enough to put this all together. But solving this only means you've doomed everyone here. So I was right? Hell yes. So fine. What does it matter? I wrote the first constant Little Bear mystery. Oh, I fucking knew it. Yes. Okay, that feels great. I love a good murder mystery. This has been fantastic. It feels so good to say it. I published it under a pseudonym, knowing that the public would never accept it from me. Me, a respectable writer of beloved fairy tales. Writing tales of blood? It would sully my reputation. The story did modestly. Many readers enjoyed it, including Bernadette Bell. The little upstart. She was a little nothing writer who loved my story and confided her esteem. Not knowing that I was the writer, I told her my secret, and she was so excited. She asked to assist me in continuing the series. I even allowed her a small percentage of the earnings, but as we published more and more, sometimes trading off submissions, it became apparent that the public preferred her stories. So I let her write more and more, but she had the gall to suggest that she deserved more of the profits. She even confided in her nosy little friend Gareth Canterbury. Canterbury said it was wrong for Belle to write so much and for me to get all of the profits. As though the series would exist without me. I, the creator of the series, was falling deeper into obscurity. Fucking pulled it! Yeah! I'm so happy. A certain standard of living is expected of an authoress of my esteem. I had to sell my imp, my creative drive, to keep up appearances. I haven't been motivated to write a single page since. She thumbed at the hole in her neck. It was smaller than Goose's, and thus easy to mistake for an earring. I had all but given up on ever seeing my creativity or my glory days ever again. But wouldn't you know, unwittingly, Belle bought my imp. And now there was going to be a stage adaptation of the first story. My story. But the director and Belle insisted on having Belle rewrite it. That was really the final straw. So, I dealt with Canterbury, as she knew our secret. And then, I dealt with Belle. And now, I don't need a single thing in this house to survive. And fire has really done me quite a few favors lately. Why not one more? The oven imp stood in the doorway, flame and iron barring the only exit. The rental imp just became... This rental imp just became unstable. I've lost control. It lost control and burned the whole mansion down. And, tragically, none of you made it out. A shame we didn't catch that it was unstable when it killed Canterbury. What a shame, too, that I will have to rewrite that script myself, now that Belle's gone. But it will tie the whole narrative up neatly. An unhinged imp, an unfortunate fire, but no one to blame. And the public loves a neat and tidy story. The guests were at a loss for words. Lupine whistled in admiration. Lady, that is a wild story, sure. But you're forgetting one thing. We're not just going to stand around and let you kill us. Goosey, get her! Goose drew a gun from their side and held it level at Vance. You seem to be forgetting about the second imp, which is just as dangerous. The razor-thin knife imp sliced deeply through Goose's hand, and they recoiled, dropping the gun and clutching the wound. Damn. Vance laughed and held her own imp aloft. First, I shall reclaim my creative drive. Then, I will claim your lives. And then, I will reclaim my career. Harold felt his stomach lurch. It wasn't the mealy, self-obsessed fear of social discomfort this time, but a sudden terror for the safety of every person he'd locked inside the house. Wait! When we entered the house, Belle mentioned that she hadn't been feeling well, and when Goose stole the imp, Belle was full of energy. And while Goose was suddenly stricken ill, that imp is dangerously full of spite and envy. That must have been what made Belle and Goose sick. Well, if the creative drive was her career, then why would she need to reclaim her career? Jealousy, I guess, you know? Jealousy of seeing somebody else continue her work that she is no longer, she's never gotten the credit for, I think. You know, jealousy makes people do crazy shit. If you return it to yourself right now, you might not be able to withstand. Vance laughed. Don't be absurd. I have it back where it belongs. And not you, nor anyone else, will be able to take it from me. Once I have my creative drive back, I will be returned to the height of my writing ability. How could I, the greatest author of the modern era, be envious of anyone else? And with that, Vance lined up the thin spike against the hole under her ear. She said she's going to reclaim her creative drive, their lives, then her career. I don't know. And drove it straight into her neck. With it reunited to her, she seemed to lose her balance and crumple to her knees. I forgot how this used to feel. I tried to warn you. Imps are complicated, and yours is filled with so much envy. It could poison anyone. But this should be all I needed. To have the same creative drive Belle had. Vance moaned, trying to focus enough to direct her rental imps in her defense.
She probably had no idea this thing was even yours. The cabinet was mostly just fake junk, and she probably would have gotten rid of it if she knew what was making her so sick lately.
Reading's hard.
Dear, help me tie her up. What, you just assume I have ropes on me? I mean, I do, but that's a rude thing to just assume. Dia's popping off here.
An hour later, as the sun began to rise over Belle's mansion, Lupine and Goose were the first to make a swift exit out of one of the windows, without so much as a farewell. The other guests left more conventionally. If you can call heading home after harassment for answers by belligerent police conventional. The police cuffed Vance and agreed to bring her in, pending a more thorough check of the facts. As she was led past Harold and Faraday, she chuckled. You think this was a loss for me? But even if they take me in for a while, I'll still come out on top. He didn't assume she clearly used them earlier when they ran off upstairs. Yeah, exactly. Without Belle's notes. Who do you think they'll be turning to write that script? Who are they going to consult about the direction of the series? Who will write the next story? Soon, everyone will know that I wrote the first story. Full creative control! It is my series now. The pair watched her go, her gleeful laugh fading away as she was taken out the door. That sounded about right for the level of justice in this city. Disgusting. If the chain does publish the next story, I'm sure as hell not gonna read it. While Harold gathered up his things, Faraday slumped over on the couch. Hey, next time you're going to a party, remind me that I hate them. How about I remind you of this? Nobody invited you in the first place. Ugh. Faraday rolled over. Do you at least still have a solicitor? Some kind of lawyer? There's got to be something else we can do so that Vance doesn't get her way. Oh, sure. I'll just hire a lawyer to help Belle's memory. With all the money she didn't pay us for this evening. Faraday pressed his face into the cushions. We could pull a lupine and help ourselves to payment. Harold sighed. We could probably get away with it. But it just wouldn't feel right, even... Oh no. I have to get my script back from where I hid it. I can't stop working even if I'm dead. Is this Belle coming back? I can't stop working even if I'm dead. Ah! Harold dropped his bag and clutched at his arm. Hanging off of his sleeve was Bernadette Bell's imp. You little rascal. When I finish finding that script, I'm going to seal you away. Wait.
What?
Harold opened up his bag and dangled the little thing above it. Nothing. It's simply Bell's imp again. It got me with one of those accursed jabs.
No, before that, you said Bell's script?
Yes, it's trying to get me to... Harold stopped, and the imp hopped up onto his arm. It gave a questioning look. Oh, I think I understand.
Belle's imp was made from her desire to continue working. Belle was obsessed with finishing her script when she died.
And without Belle around, it seems to need to compel someone else to complete the job. The imp hopped a little, seeming to reach for his hand. Harold lifted a finger, and without a second thought, he pressed his fingertip down against one of the sharp spines. The director needs this script or the play can't go on. I can't rest even when I'm dead. I need to go get this script. The director needs this script or the play can't go on. Harold was halfway out the door before Faraday could hop to his feet and follow him. The imp led them upstairs to Belle's office. Moving his sore hand along the side of the desk, Harold felt around and found a secret compartment. He slid it open with little resistance. They pulled out large documents, all handwritten in blue ink. Faraday gripped Harold's shoulder.
She must have suspected something.
Does it look like it's usable? Faraday flipped through carefully. He was quiet for a time, taking it in. Holly?
This rewrite fixes all of Vance's mistake in the first story. I'm sure people are gonna like it. Vance is probably gonna scream her head off when she finds out. Serves her right.
I can't believe something good has finally happened tonight. We can give this to Maya and the director, and everything will... Shh.
I'm reading.
3 months later. In Harold's stray, imp-infested home, Harold and Faraday were dressed in their best yet again. Faraday looked down at the 2 tickets in his hand.
All that stress and hard work, and she didn't even bother to send us free tickets.
At least we managed to get enough money together for them.
You think you can handle this? It's the premiere, so there are gonna be like a lot of notable people there.
For one night, I promised to ignore them all. Faraday wasn't sure that Harold could keep to that promise, but he appreciated the effort.
You know, I heard an imp lost control in the theater last month. It'd be just our luck to run into that on our one night out.
Date night, date night, date night. I'm going back to bed. Harold turned around and plodded away.
Like hell you are. Get back here.
I'm letting my legs go limp. I love them.
I'll drag you if I have to, you lousy bastard. I earned this damn date.
Stop, they're so cute. So cute. True end. Were there like false ends if we guessed wrong? True end. Dude. Holy crap. For a free-to-play game. Let me repeat that. Free-to-play, free-to-play. And like a click-through thing. This was incredible. I wish we hadn't had all the crashes, but I'm absolutely going to download the shitty-ass, like, crashed VODs that we have for this, and I'm going to upload this into a YouTube video, because this was incredible. Oh my god. Like, I want a movie of this. I want a movie version of this. This was incredible. This was amazing. Oh my god. Wow. Wow. Okay. I am blown away. Absolutely blown away.